starting our Sequoia Union High School District regular board meeting. We're going into closed session. And I wanted to see if there's any public comment.
There are no public comments.
Okay, and we have a quorum, so we can just now go to
Recess. He's on.
We are getting ready for our meeting. We ran a little late, so we needed just a moment. I am Laura. Can you send me the online, the Zoom link? Again, I think I deleted it by mistake. So we're gonna go ahead and get started with our meeting for Sequoia Union High School District regular board meeting, June 12th, 2024. And we are going to do a call to order. Is that correct right now? Roll call.
Student trustee Yuryev,
Here.
student trustee Argwal,
Here.
trustee Ginn,
Here.
trustee Dubois.
Here.
Trustee Coe,
Here.
vice president Norrie
Here.
is attending via Zoom. Yeah,
Southwick, we can't hear you.
Here. Can you hear me now?
okay,
Can you hear me?
we see him. President Stevenson,
Here.
the quorum is present.
Okay, great. So we're gonna report out from closed session. We have one item for closed session. During the closed session tonight, the board took action to provide the superintendent with a satisfactory evaluation. The vote was unanimous. Thank you, Crystal. Thank you, team. All right. Next thing.
Did we
Is-
have a second report out?
I don't think there's a second reporter. Oh, I apologize. Yes, there is one more. I don't have the language in front of me.
It was 2324-15.
23, 24. I'm sorry. I'm trying to find it.
Please say it again.
I believe it was the settlement of 2023-2024-15,
Yes.
which was
It was a
unanimously
unanimous vote.
approved.
It was a unanimous vote. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. And now we're gonna go into our public session and we're going to explain a couple of different things in compliance with the American Disabilities Act requiring, not that one. Yeah, I'm a little tired. Hold on. I'm like reading the wrong stuff today. What's wrong with me?
Sorry. Can you hear me now?
Too many graduations. Let me finish it out. Okay.
Oh, so we did the roll
I
call before this, so sorry.
I apologize. Members of the public who wish to remotely provide comment during the meeting, use the raise your hand feature. Speakers must raise their hand during agenda item 8.1, the public comment portion of the meeting, in order to comment on topics not included on the approved agenda. To speak about an item on the agenda in person, please fill out the speaker card and indicate the agenda item and hand it over to Laura at the dais, and when the requested item comes up before the board, speaker will be called forward. All right, so we go straight into not public comments today.
Approval of agenda.
I don't know what's wrong with me today.
Item 5, approval of agenda.
Oh, okay, yes, we're doing approval of agenda. So are there any public comments about the approval of the agenda?
I have none in person. Sorry, I haven't had a chance to look on Zoom. No comments on Zoom.
Okay, great. Okay, so any board members? Okay, so can I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, I did the report. I went out of order today. I'm so sorry.
Oh, do we need to do roll call because Southwick is remote?
Yes, we already did roll call.
Oh, no, okay.
We did it a little.
We
bit-
don't need to do that
No.
for every vote then.
We did it, I did it out of order. I
Oh, okay.
apologize. I'm already in July waiting for vacation, so I apologize. So I'm gonna turn it over to our superintendent Leach, because I'm sure she's much more prepared than I am for recognitions. Thank you.
How about we do some recognitions? I was gonna say, I have one of my favorite principals here, and then I was looking to see if we had any other principals here. So I can say that right now, because we're on our way here. So two special recognitions, but first, I would like us to recognize Carlmont High School's Wellness Center and the fantastic team that helps support their students in receiving the space and vital help that they need. I'd like to welcome Principal Gay Buckland Murray to the podium to share more about their great work.
Okay, I'm going to tell you a little story about our wellness center. So 2 years ago, I walked Shelley Bustamante, who's here tonight, into what was then known as Conference Room 5. And I tried to convey my vision. Can you see it? She looked at me. That room is old. It's got cement, concrete block wall. There's exposed pipes. There was all kind of old random office equipment, desks. Just, it was a mess. She looked at me like I was nuts. Well, then I talked to Crystal about my vision, and thank goodness for Tony Crapo and the team at M&O. So throughout all of last year, they came in and they started to take shape so that Shelley maybe wouldn't think I was quite as crazy as I am. So we had offices put in, it was painted, there were lights were changed out. And then about a little bit less than a year ago at this time, a little more than a year ago at this time, Shelley started to think, okay, maybe this will work. She's still nuts, but maybe this will work. She then took last summer and she spent hours working her interior design magic, decorating, and she made that space something truly, truly beautiful. And then with the help of Stephen Emmy, who's not here tonight, and other district partners like Acknowledge Alliance and the Mary Center, Shelley then not only had the space, but then she had the great people to work with in that space. So I also want to shout out to the Carlmont Academic Foundation for providing funding for an admin assistant in that space who's in there handling intake, monitoring our drop-in students, and helping the therapists that are in there with their caseloads. So what was a year ago at this time, basically 1.5 people managing mental health support at Carlmont, we have now grown to 8 people providing much needed support to our Carlmont High School student body. So tonight I want to recognize what a tremendous achievement the Wellness Center has been at Carlmont, and we've grown from having Shelley as the mental health specialist and part-time support from Acknowledge Alliance to now having this miraculous team of dedicated adults serving our students. So thank you to Shelley, who's here tonight. I also just want to thank Christina King from Acknowledge Alliance, who will be returning to Carlmont. She's also working summer school for us this year because all those mental health needs don't go away just because it's summer vacation. Summer vacation helps, don't get me wrong. But there are other needs still. Rena Gallagher and Natalia Kmutova were interns from Acknowledge Alliance who are not returning, but we're going to get new interns for next year. But those two provided great support this year. We also had Kirsten Lynn, Diana Hill, and we had Nereida Miramontes from Mary Center, who will be coming back next year as well, which we really appreciate. I also want to thank Taylor Kalori Hamblin, who has been our office assistant who greets students when they come in. She keeps the space comfortable for all and just has been a wonderful addition. So I just want to take this time to thank you all, thank those folks for being such a great team. They made an empty, forgotten space on Carlmont campus into a space that's now safe and beautiful for our students. And I really just want to say thank you for exceeding all my expectations and for not thinking I'm as crazy as maybe I am. So thank you. Shelley's the only person who could come from this team tonight because summer has indeed started, and I hope they're all doing the things that they need to do to keep themselves mentally prepared for next year. So thank you, Shelley, so much for all that you do.
Okay, next, this recognition comes about once a year around this time. And it's for two very special individuals that sit with us at the dais and who have spent, one of these times I should probably do the calculation of the amount of minutes that you all have dedicated to your time serving as our student trustees this past year. One of the things that for me sticks out so much about your two's service is that when we appointed you both as student trustees for this board, the three of us had very detailed conversations about how we can grow the SAC, my student advisory committee, how we can get representation across all the sites. And in my time, sorry, Suffolk, but within my time here, these have been the two student trustees who have made that happen. And I am very grateful to you both. I'm so proud of you and your service this year, your dedication to your positions, and I'm very proud of where you both are headed next year as you enter into this next chapter. So thank you for serving in your roles and allowing me to be a part of your senior journey. I do very much appreciate that opportunity. So we would like to recognize our outgoing student trustees, Zahara and Jacob, for their time and dedication in serving with the board and for their commitment and leadership to the Student Advisory Council. I will now turn it over to President Stevenson.
So I think that we're just going to go down the line. If anyone wants to say anything special, it looks like Rich has something to say. I'm looking at you. I'm going to go with you first. Whichever way that it is. Go ahead.
So I think that what superintendent said about your growth of the SAC is something that's really important to hear as much student voice. And I appreciate that you would bring not only your own opinions, but that you would reference that you looked into this and you talked to other students. I think that's a great model for how this role could be. And I also want to recognize that this year we had some meaty subjects at times throughout the year, and that you both really brought forward some big comments on various issues and didn't just sit humbly or not quietly and just not say anything, but you brought opinions forward and really contributed to the conversation. So really appreciate that from both of you.
All right. I see Sothick with his hand up.
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
We can.
Okay, yeah, so I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person, but I'd also like to thank the two student trustees for all their work this year. I'm happy to have gotten to know both of them throughout the course of the year, and I'm really glad to, and I really admire all their hard work and time they put into this position because it's definitely a lot of work and not something that's really easy. You know, I think as a student trustee, it can be hard sometimes to know what to say or know how to get involved because a lot of these issues are complex and often aren't necessarily the most interesting. But I really admire how much of a stand our student trustees have taken in getting involved in issues and being not afraid to express their opinion. I really admire that because it's often not that easy to stand up in these contentious meetings and say what you think is right. And I really think you guys have set the bar for what being a student trustee in our district is. And, you know, I think it'll be hard for whoever succeeds you to hold up to that standard and really, you know, challenge our district on what more we could be doing and really ask ourselves, are some of the decisions we take really what's best for students? So I'm really grateful for that. And I'd like to thank our two student trustees, one of whom is going to Oxford and one of whom will be joining me at Stanford next year. And I look forward to seeing all the great things you guys will be up to.
Anyone else? Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank both of the student trustees and also to recognize that they were able to join in some new training that CSBA offered and also were able to attend the AEC, which I think it's our first set of student trustees that attended the AEC. So hopefully you are trailblazers and you have feedback to CSBA on how things went and whether we should continue to provide that as an opportunity for our future student trustees. But thanks for always pushing the envelope and trying new things.
Okay, I'd like to say thank you all for serving. I've given you both my own separate gift just because I'm different like that. And I just wanted to say I appreciate both of your presentation and presence on the board, whether it's quiet leadership that speaks loud or whether it's loud leadership that speaks loud. And so I think both leadership styles work, and that I felt like all students were represented. And so I appreciate that. And that's really important to me as we continue to grow our SAC and also diversify the voices that are on there, which is what's really important. And so I just want to tell you guys, thank you. Now, anyone else want to say anything? Okay. There's a handout. Okay, thank you. I'm looking, I'm following instructions.
Put them on your door. I think it's, oh, there you go. Heather can sign it. That would be a new tradition. I don't know. Can we get you all up here so we can take pictures together?
We're just going to take a 5-minute break, and then we'll be right back. Thank you. Now we're going to come to public comments. The board does not act upon any matters that has not been agendized except under limited circumstances as permitted by law. It is the policy of the board to refer to matters raised in the form to staff for investigation and or action where appropriate. Board policy ordinarily limits the time to be devoted to any single agenda item, topic to 10 minutes. And individual speakers are ordinarily limited to 3 minutes. If the board decides to expand the amount of time allocated to a particular agenda item, because many speakers wish to address that item, the board may reduce the time allocated to individual speakers to 2 minutes or 1 minute as appropriate in order to permit more speakers to comment. The board will announce the amount of time allocated to each speaker before public comment, each particular item begins. We ask all speakers to keep within the time limit. And so I want to see if there are any public comments on non-agendized items.
We have one in person. I see one hand on Zoom so far.
Okay, so we have two at 3 minutes each.
We have one more hand. Are you
1, 2, 3.
two on Zoom? So 3 total,
So that's 9 minutes. All right,
3 minutes each.
right. So we stay within the 10-minute
Okay.
limit. Is that okay with you all? Okay. Thank you.
Right. First up, we have Pablo Aguilera.
Hi, good evening. I'm Pablo Aguilera, DI coach and teacher in district. I'm just here to give recognitions. I know that a lot of board members and cabinet went to the cultural grad celebrations that have been happening the past 2 weeks. And a lot of times the work kind of goes under the radar. And in order for to give the recognition and to put on what you all saw and experienced, it takes a lot of work. So I'm just here to read all the names because sometimes it's nice to hear people's names who helped put this on.
Pablo, can you
Okay.
speak up just a little bit?
Okay, sure.
Thank you.
So I'm just here to read off the names to give support, love, and appreciation to everyone who helped put on the cultural grad celebrations. So I'm just going to read the names of everyone there and try to get it done in 2 minutes and 15 seconds. So for the Polynesian Pacific Islander grad celebration, I want to give thanks to Jacinta Fakahau, Vienna Vaca, Saya Fonongala, Andrew Homatu, and Jamie Kumur. For the Black grad celebration, I want to give thanks and appreciation to Chloe Gentile Montgomery, Shonda Nickerson, Brittany Smith, Eli Thornton, Brian Oliver, Leah Williams, Atiba Williams, Adelie Skillen, Othello Jefferson, and Nancy Staves. For the rest are for the Nuestra grad celebrations that happened, and these went by school because numbers are just so big. So we'll start off with Carmont. We have Maria Ibarra, Connie Dominguez, Bertalicia Godina, Rosa Pisani, and Matthew Ledesma. For East Palo Alto Academy, Oram Ramirez, Viridiana Luna Sanchez, Esmeralda Sanchez. For Menlo Atherton, I want to give thanks to Maribel Maldonado, Gonzalo Alvarez, Elaine Rivera Rios, Sam Castillo, and Karina Flores. And for Sequoia High School, to Hoxie Castaneda, Millie Flores, Elvira Macias, Mayra Melchor, Melissa Perez, Judy Romero, Jesse Bustos, Tessa Yeager, Crystal Amaya, Rafael Calles, Fine Laese, Ramiro Macias, and Noelia Quesadas. For Woodside High School, we give thanks to Yenny Jimenez, Francisco Negri, Jesus Cervantes, Juan Jose Cortez, Jordan Filerman, Jackie Grimaldi, Jimmy Hernandez, Jeanette Locke, Penny Cifuentes, Ramon Pulido, Thelma Mooney, Isabel Phillips, Eli Thornton, Matt Sagoon, Maite Nieto, and Megan Sother. For Tide Academy, I want to give thanks to Daphne Pasia McCann and Cristal Hernandez. And we also got a lot of help from district office staff to help put up everything. So I want to give thanks to April Hawk, Laura Loese, Claudia Aguilar, Tyler Gordon, Taja Henderson, and myself as well. So a lot went into this. So I just want to give thanks and recognition to everyone to do that. And I know I might have missed a couple people, and I'm sorry, but just know that it's not unnoticed, and we give a lot of thanks. So thank you very much. And I got it in time.
All right. We're going to switch to our Zoom audience. First up is Mason Cowell.
All right. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Just
Okay.
Make sure you speak up, okay?
Okay, yeah. All right. Good evening, everybody. My name is Mason. I'm a rising senior at Claremont High School, and today I would like to bring up a concern that myself and various other members of this school district share. And that concern is the overuse of plastic in our schools. So for a bit of context, I founded a nonprofit organization called Unified Climate Action that aims to basically reduce our community's impact on the environment through small changes in our daily lives. And recently we had the privilege to host a booth at the San Carlos Hometown Days. And at that booth, we had the opportunity to speak to many members of this community, including parents and students. And through these conversations, we learned that we all have this like common concern. And that concern is how our lunch lines specifically use a lot of plastic waste. And I'll just keep it short, the problem. But the main issue is that these plastics pose a great danger for the environment. They can be toxic to animals and ecosystems, and they're polluted in large quantities and they don't decompose. But also, they're also very harmful towards humans. So the microplastics that leach off of these can cause cancer and reproductive issues in humans when ingested, especially through utensils and like food containers. And we've been reassured by members of the district, I think, that everything used in the lunch line, all the plastics are biodegradable. However, a recent study just came out that shows that biodegradable utensils are no different from regular plastic when it comes to the harmful effects that they share. And they're actually only biodegradable under like specific conditions. And if you were to like put them in a landfill or in the environment, it would also take about 1,000 years for them to decompose. And the microplastics that they leach into our food is still extremely harmful to us. So my organization, we've worked to propose some solutions that the district can do, that they can implement. It won't cost anything extra. It won't take too much time or effort. And we would like to discuss this as a board meeting item on the agenda at a future date. And the goal of my public comments day is just to ask the board if we can add this as an agenda item at a future date. So yeah, thank you for your time.
Mason, thank you for your comment. This is Superintendent Leach. Can you please reach out to Laura Loese and share your contact information, your direct contact information, as well as the contact information for your nonprofit that you mentioned?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next is Lauren.
Hello?
Yes, hi.
Hi, okay, thanks. I just really want to commend President Stevenson on your leadership during the difficult discussion about the DEI position a couple meetings ago. I really appreciate the integrity with which you handled the entire thing and the respect you showed. And I'm also sorry that we all had to hear such like harmful and triggering words, but I really appreciate the leadership you've shown during that discussion and other difficult discussions. So I wanted to say thank you. That's it.
Thank you. That concludes public comments.
Okay, thank you all for your public comments. I want to do a Board of Trustee correspondence. And we received one in May, and it was from the County Office of Education regarding our Sequoia Union High School District's 2023-2024 second interim report. And basically, it reviewed our second interim report in pursuit of Education Code 42-130. Excuse me, and based off the review analysis, the second interim report approved by the board appears to reflect adequately the financial and budgetary status of the district and is inconsistent with the state's criteria and standards. So we had submitted, I think that's all I say, right? That's a good standing.
I
Right?
agree with our positive certification.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I appreciate that. Former CBO. Okay, thank you so much. So that's good news, actually. That means we're doing our job. So thank you for that. So now we're going to do Board of Trustees and Superintendent's comments and committee reports. Trustee Dubois.
Graduation season is probably the happiest season. As a school board member, I had the privilege of being at Tide's graduation, as well as, where else was I? Thank you. It's been a rough couple of weeks. Redwood, and I apologize. I had to cancel because of a broken arm and broken elbow. I had to cancel some of the other things that I wanted to attend. I can't drive for a while, so I couldn't be everywhere. My husband's getting tired of driving me. But anyway, congratulations to all the graduates. And I've seen lots of fabulous Facebook photos from all the other sites like Menlo Atherton, Carmont, Woodside, and Sequoia.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I did want to congratulate everyone in the class of 2024 and thank you to all the staff who helped to finish the year strong. So very proud of everyone. Had a chance to attend the Carmont Nuestra grad celebration, and it was very impressive. So it's only their second year doing this. It was a very small group of students, about 20, but that was double than over last year, and they're still continuing to figure out how to attract more students to participate. So they had like juniors helping out in the celebration. So hopefully that'll bring back positive vibes so that there's more seniors next year participating. But it was very festive. They even had a mariachi band and people singing. So that was fun. And then I went to satellite ceremony of completion. And actually, I didn't really understand the satellite program that well. So I had a chance to talk to a lot of the teachers and staff and actually understand what it was. So that was helpful and really recognize the achievements of those students getting through all their roadblocks and difficulties and making it across to graduation. Also went to the Woodside graduation as well as the EPAA graduation that was at Stanford. So very different, but you know, everyone's just super happy. And it's so exciting to see the families and everyone cheering each other on. I did notice though, as a first time attendee at a high school graduation, because last year I was at my son's 5th grade graduation, that there was a moment where I was going, there are some students that are clapping for everyone. And then there are some students who are only hollering and clapping for their friends. And that made me kind of sad because in the ideal world, I mean, this is an achievement for every student who's crossing the stage. And whether or not you know the person or maybe you had differences, I kind of wish that we could all put those differences aside for just one day so we could all celebrate and everyone's clapping. So that's just my hope that someday that'll bring better relationships with everyone and we achieve world peace. But hey, I don't know. It starts with everyone clapping for everyone on a special day. And then I did want to recognize that this month is Pride Month. And I know last time when I made some of those recognitions, Ms. Salvadori pointed out that I had missed some. I did learn that Redwood City put together a task force to go through all the different types of recognitions out there. And then they aligned on the ones that they were going to commit to recognizing as a city. So that's actually something for us to check out, like kind of what they did and what they're recognizing. And do we want to do something like that ourselves? So, because I don't want to leave people out and have people feel bad. So I think it would be helpful for us to all kind of align what are we recognizing when, and are we going to commit to this as a district, or what do we want to do? And then I'll wrap up with this past Sunday, I went to the Little Hands Farewell Open House. And actually that was my first time realizing that there was a high school district. So many years ago, I received this newsprint booklet for the Sequoia Adult School in the mailbox. And I flipped through and I said, oh, what's this Little Hands thing? And I had, I was pregnant and I was looking at it going, oh, I think this would be really helpful. So I actually went to Little Hands with my 6-month-old and we did that for a couple of years. And I also took my younger one there. But it was really kind of bittersweet. It's 50 years. So proud of that partnership with the Sequoia Adult School in really fostering that Little Hands parent education, parent participation school, because A lot of what I learned about childhood development and how the importance of observation and understanding how different all the kids were was really from that Little Hands experience. So I am, I guess a proud Sequoia Adult School participant. And so there were so many people there because it was 50 years of alumni. I actually dragged my older son there. He had no recollection of it, of course, because he was only there up for 2 years. But I found the old picture on the wall of our 6 to 12 month class. And I said, see, there you are on my lap. And he was going, oh, this is so embarrassing. But I just want to recognize that that partnership and how excited people were that were there celebrating the 50 years.
Sathik, do you have anything to say? I can't.
Oh yeah, so I'll keep mine brief. I would love to say more, but I'm not in person. It's kind of late here. But yeah, I was also able to attend a lot of grad ceremonies, cultural grad ceremonies. I was also able to drop by Redwood sorry, not Redwood High School, the Sequoia Adult School for their student liaison program, and that was really cool. So it's definitely a festive time, and I'm glad I got a chance to see a lot of the great work in action and celebrate some of the students that our district has produced over these past 4 years.
Okay, I'll end with myself and we'll keep it short. I went to a lot of graduations. It is like the best time to go to all the parties and see everyone. And so it's what I enjoy the most, is what gives me life. So I went to the Pacific Islander, the African American, the Woodside Awards, and a guy got 200, where Woodside, oh, she's not here, $200,000 check for ROTC. I was like, what? I was like, woo, so I was very excited that ROTC was coming from a family of service people. And so it was good to see that. I actually went to New Extra Grad at MA. That was really a lot of fun and people were excited to be there. Parents were giving their stoles and crying. And so that was actually very nice. Middle college was the bomb diggity. I mean, like, it was beautiful. I'm like, wow, this is pretty cool. They're all so different. And then I went to MA Computer Academy, and the highlight for me is that the teacher who had to move to be closer to family came back to give this graduating class recognition and things of that sort. And it was actually pretty touching because she's one of the favorite teachers. She actually said, I really love you guys. And the kids were like, we love you too. So it was really just a really nice one. The Tide celebration, a future, looking at all the different pathways. They had many different vendors there, kids celebrating, writing on the walls appropriately, those kinds of things. So it was really nice. And then I just wanted to share kind of a couple of things with MA's graduation. It was pretty special, I think, because we recognized a young man, Omar Hassan, had passed away of a medical condition, and Lucy Lunt, a 10th grader. And just, it's, being a parent of MA, that's the beauty of MA, is how people come together. And so I was really proud to be there. But I also went to the Pacific Islander, and the number of families that have started scholarships for kids in our district is huge. I mean, I think we need to advertise that. The Mona Lisa Smiles Foundation. It is the first Pacific Island. I won't say the first. I'm assuming it's the first because it's the first time I heard of it. But it's a recognition of a young lady who committed suicide. So, and they were giving out scholarships at the Pacific Islander celebration. At the Black graduation, there was the Ubuntu, who has grown so much. They were giving out scholarships. Ravenswood alumni probably giving out scholarships too. I know they've been contacting you. Some of these things are just really special. Recognition, families doing recognitions of former teachers who did a great job or touched many lives. So we have these unique scholarships that I really think really shows, when I say we are Sequoia Union High School District, that really demonstrates our heart through our action, right? And so I think I'm just going to put it out there. I think it's a good point to show how much alumni and individuals and former teachers and parents care about kids in our district. And then I just want to just do a shout out because we don't always talk about this. I was at MA in the front and they had a group of students who had neurodivergent or disabilities. And this one kid came up and he was breathing. He said, I could do it. I said, yes, you can. Of course, I shouldn't be talking to people while they're up on stage. I said, yes, you can. You can do it. And he said, and he walked across the stage. I almost cried. And my daughter said she watched a video. She heard me saying, you can do it. Like, so just know that I'm a cheerleader for everyone and that it was beautiful. It's great to end a long year with some blessings. Thank you. Attendant, you have comments?
I do. I have a few. I will keep it brief as you will be hearing from me in a bit. Yes, these past several weeks have been parties and celebrations, both formal and informal, and just really a great way for us to kind of put that seal on everyone's 4 years with our district before they move on to their next chapter in life. And so I'm so thankful that our families choose us to be a part of their children's lives. I just thank you to staff and to the board for a great year. There's always ebbs and flows throughout the year. Next year will be new obstacles and new awards to us. And so I'm grateful to continue that opportunity. Earlier this week, I don't even remember this week. Okay, so Tuesday, we had what we refer to as camp, which is a leadership retreat, which is all school site admin as well as coordinators and above at the district level. And so we were all in this room and we have a set agenda. And this year, there's of course the theme because I'm all about themes. So this theme was it starts with a seed. And so I do have these notebooks for the board and you can kind of see some decals still scattered across the room. But the one special thing about this notebook is if you flip the pages, there's a graphic where it goes seed to full tree as we migrate into a new theme next year. No teasers on that. You will have to wait. But what I would like to leave you with, just for personal reflection, Victoria Dye, our executive director of professional development, had done a trade, like it's icebreaker. I forgot what she called it. Anyway, you got a purple card or you got a yellow card. And then you had a number of minutes to go around the room, find somebody with the opposite card, interact with them, and then you're supposed to switch cards. But of course, I did not want to switch my card because I loved this question. Please reflect on a moment from this year that reminded you why you chose a career in education. And so at the end of the year, I would just like to leave everyone that, whether you are a trustee, a student trustee, a staff member, or you work with us in a consultant manner, why did you choose a career in education? So thank you.
Thank you so much. And this is for your last hurrah, hurrah for our student trustees. If you have any comments, I will start with Jacob. Do you have any comments?
Yes, I do. So first of all, thank you so much, everyone, for your extremely kind comments. As I sit before you today, I'm filled with a mix of emotions, gratitude, pride, and a touch of sadness. Serving as student trustee has been one of the most transformative experiences of my life, and it is with a heavy heart that I deliver these final student trustee comments. As I sit here, I'm reminded of the first day I stepped into this room, eager yet uncertain. I was a student with big dreams and a desire to make a difference, but I had no idea just how profoundly this experience would shape me. Over the past year, I've learned, grown, and been inspired by the incredible individuals that make up our school district. To the board members and Superintendent Leach, thank you for welcoming me into this space and treating my voice with the respect and consideration you would any other. I've learned so much from each and every single one of you. Trustee Koo, From you, I learned and relearned the importance of data, careful evaluation, and analytical thinking. Trustee Dubois, observing you has shown me the importance of being considerate of all those involved, especially when it comes to how long I speak and the length of these meetings. Superintendent Leach, you taught me, whether you knew you were teaching me or not, the importance of compassion and honesty. Honesty with everyone, but above all, honesty with myself. President Stevenson, every day I was around you, I was reminded of why we do what we do, and to never forget that our ultimate purpose is protecting and serving our students. Trustee Ginn, from you I learned the importance of conviction and staying true to one's beliefs while simultaneously striving for collaboration and compromise. Vice President Nori, from you I learned compassion, the art of quick thinking, and ultimately the power of youth. You have all shown me the importance of leadership, collaboration, and vision. I'm so grateful for the mentorship and the shared commitment to making our district a place where every single student can thrive. To my fellow students, whether they can hear me right now or not, you have been my motivation and my compass. To the teachers, staff, administration, and all others, thank you for your unwavering dedication and passion. To my co-trustee, Trustee Agarwal, thank you for your support and wisdom. As I conclude my tenure as a student board member, I'm filled with hope and optimism. This year has built and reinforced my belief in the power of education to transform lives and in the potential of every student to make a difference. While this chapter of my life comes to a close, the lessons I've learned and the relationships I've built will stay with me forever. I'm excited for the future and the opportunities that lie ahead, but I will always carry a piece of Sequoia Unified in my heart. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for allowing me to serve you. It has been an honor and a privilege, and I'm eternally grateful for this experience.
Thank you, Jacob. That's sweet. Do you have something to say or not?
Yes, much less polished and professional than Jacob's thank you, but I did want to thank all of you for the opportunity to serve as co-student trustee this year. It was a position that I learned about my freshman year at MA and kind of wanted to pursue throughout my high school career. So actually being here and, sitting in on these meetings over the past 9 months has been an incredible privilege and opportunity. I think all of you, as Jacob said, have taught both of us so much. And I think it's just been really incredible to watch adults with a passion for education and a passion for supporting youth throughout their high school experience and beyond. I've learned a lot, and I also wanted to just shout out a few people not on the board. Bonnie Hansen, thank you for winking at me when the speeches were going on too long. And also Miss Salvatore, who's not here tonight, who is always such a passionate advocate for teachers. And of course, all of you trustees and Superintendent Leach, who has been so committed to supporting Jacob and myself throughout this year. It's really just been an incredible honor to serve, and I'm really going to miss being student trustee. But yes, I will be sure to kind of check in on the district from time to time, even from far away. And I hope that the trustees who come after us are able to have as positive of an experience as we did.
Thank you all. We appreciate you. All right, so now we're moving to SDTA, the Sequoia District Teachers Association, for any comments. I don't think they're here. Oh, she's online. Okay. We're gonna turn it over to Edith.
I am online, so thank you, Zahara, for the shout out. I wanted to take this opportunity to thank the district, the HR, the superintendent, and the CBO's office, everyone involved. And on our side, a big shout out to our athletic directors and especially Melissa Schmidt, who put in an awful lot of work that made it possible for us to come to an agreement expanding the athletic and activity stipends that the district provides so that our students are able to have supportive, safe, and fun, we hope, athletic and activities experiences on our campus. One of the huge gains in the settlement that we came to is the addition of JV and frosh coaches, so that those students who maybe don't have haven't competed in the past are going to be able to be on freshman teams that have coaches who are paid to be there to support them. So I really appreciate that. I'm sure you'll hear more about it later on in the agenda. I also want to thank the superintendent for joining SDTA and AFSCME in our end of the year TGIF, and you know, most especially for reserving the awesome shady area so that we could really hang out and enjoy and not you know, get too overworked. And I want to send my appreciation to all of SDTA's members who just finished up their school year, who celebrated kids at graduations and on Friday and over the weekend, and are coming back to start summer school or extended school year services for our special needs students over the summer because they just couldn't get enough of it. I am not among that group. I will be back in August. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Edith. Are there any comments from the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees? Ask me. Is anyone here from that? Okay. Thank you so much. So now we're going to go to the approval of the consent agenda. Board action is to approve the following items taken simultaneously with one motion, which is not debatable, requires a unanimous roll call vote for the passage. The action indicated on each item deemed to have been considered full and action taken as awarded where within. Only members of the board or superintendent may remove items from the consent agenda. Members of the public may provide comments at the start of consent item, which may convince a board member or superintendent to remove an item for further discussion. So the motion is to waive the reading of the consent agenda, accept the reports, adopt the resolution, and approve other items. So that's what we're going to do. But before we do that, we're going to do public comments. Do we have any public comments regarding this item?
I don't have any in person.
It looks like Edith has her hand up.
So before that, I have an adjustment to this. So I would like to pull item 13.14, please. So remove 13.14 from the consent agenda.
Remove 13.
13.14.
Oh, 13.14, sorry.
And I also need to pull the minutes from May 22nd. I was at closed session, but not open session. So I need to abstain.
From the 22nd, so that's 13.4. We need to hear from the public. Any other board comments? Any public comments? I think Edith hand is up.
There's one in Zoom, none in person.
Edith, you may speak.
Thank you. I wanted to speak on item 13.5, the board meeting dates. I saw on the dates that the October meeting was moved from October 9th to October 2nd. October 2nd is the beginning of Rosh Hashanah, so that's a pretty terrible time to have a meeting. It seems like the board is only meeting once a month for the better part of the year. And if you all are able to do your work in that amount of time, that is awesome. I have the memory that board meetings, there were generally 2 per month for many, many years. So I was surprised when there were so few regular board meetings, but luckily it would hopefully mean there is some room for adjustment so that you don't have a meeting on October. You don't need to have a meeting on October 2nd. Thank you.
My
Just-
apologies. I also meant to pull that one for discussion after consent is approved.
The calendar.
The calendar, yes.
Cool, thanks. All right, so who's gonna make the motion? There's 13.4, 13.
I move to approve the consent agenda with the 3 items removed as mentioned during the discussion.
Okay,
I'll second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, and the items that are
Aye.
pulled, 13.4.
Wait, roll call.
Oh, roll call, sorry.
Student trustee Yuryev,
Yes.
student trustee Agrawal,
Yes.
trustee Gen,
Yes.
trustee Dubois,
Yes.
trustee Ku,
Yes.
vice president Nori,
Yes.
president Stevenson.
Yes.
Motion passed.
So then we go into discussion of those 3 items. So we'll start with 13.4 only.
Just, yes, comments on 13.4, whatever trustee Dubois said, and then discussion on the meeting schedule.
Okay, so
So
comments,
13.4, she just has to abstain. So I move we approve item 13.4.
okay, gotcha.
We need a second.
I second.
All in
Roll
favor?
call.
Roll call.
Student trustee Yuryev,
Yes.
student trustee Agrawal,
Yes.
trustee Gen,
Yes.
trustee Dubois, abstain.
Thank you.
Trustee Nori.
Yes.
Trustee Ku,
Yes.
vice president Nori. He said yes, I think.
Did you say yes?
President Stevenson.
Yes.
Motion pass with 4 yeas and 1 abstain.
Okay, now 13.5.
Yes, my recommendation is to, so we had 2 adjustments for this item, and that was to move October 9th to October 2nd. My recommendation is to move it back to October 9th and then also keep October 30th, which we have. So we would have 2 board meetings, 1 in September, 2 in October. So October 9th and October 30th.
And then Ms. Salvatore said it sounds like we're about monthly, but I know that there are just a couple of months that are monthly. So do we feel like we have enough meetings on there to get through the regular agenda items?
I do.
Okay. And we can always add, can't we? Okay. So what's the recommendation again? I'm
So
sorry.
the recommendation to move with the to move for approval with the adjustment of Wednesday, October 9th, 6 p.m. as a regular board meeting.
Okay, any objections to that?
Yeah, I was the person who originally requested a change because I was going to be out of town, but that's fine. I mean, you still have a quorum of 4 people, so.
Okay. All right.
So did you say there were 2 or that was the only one?
The October 30th remained the same and unchanged.
I think that works for all of us. Any other comments? All right,
I move approval of the calendar as amended.
second.
Second.
Okay.
Student trustee Yuryev,
Yes.
student trustee Agrawal,
Yes.
trustee Gen,
Yes.
trustee Dubois, trustee Ku,
Yes.
vice president Nori,
Yes.
president Stevenson.
Yes,
Motion passed 5-0.
and superintendent pulled 13.14. Just pulled, we're just not, no discussion. Okay. We don't have to vote on that or anything like that. Okay. All righty, thank you. So we're gonna go to the information section on 14. And that is the presentation of the Sequoia Union High School District's ninth grade experience. Do we have any public comments?
I have none in person. If there's anyone in Zoom, please raise your hand now. I see no hands in Zoom.
Okay, let's move on. And so we're going to turn it over to our presenter. Thank you, Bonnie Hanson.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the board, including Sathvik Nori, who is finishing an overnight in Egypt and said he may be able to send a picture of the Nile soon because the sun is rising. So props to him for hanging in there with us. I'm here tonight to talk about the ninth grade experience, and I want to be clear that I feel like I am batting cleanup, because we've talked a lot about the ninth grade experience this year, or portions of it, and I am confident that we will be talking more about the ninth grade experience next year. But there are some items that we haven't covered about the experience, and there were some special requests from members of the board. So I am going to present those to you this evening with the complete understanding and no hard feelings. When you tell me that there are other things that you would like to hear about when we come back in the fall, give us your list and we will absolutely have them for you. So before I dig into the ninth grade experience, I've been struck, as many of you expressed when you gave your board comments, about this beautiful season of transitions. And I am reminded of the sacred work that we do, and that we handle people's very most precious and important piece of their lives, which is their children. And it is a sacred responsibility. My favorite graduation this year was the graduation from our students who stay with us to get certificates of completion from the TRACE program when they're 21. So this particular slide is from the youngest graduation I went to this spring. The oldest graduation I went to was our TRACE students, and the whole audience collapsed when this year the students graduating were asked to go into the audience and give a rose to the person who has been most supportive of them during their academic journey. And I saw grown men bawl, and it was such a beautiful reminder of the work that we do together and in community to give all of our students the very best opportunities when they leave us. So this is my granddaughter, Valentina. She graduated from Peninsula Covenant Church's nursery school. She will be a proud kindergartner this fall at Adelante Immersion. And the picture in the bottom screen is her sitting on her daddy's lap, and she's watching a slideshow of her preschool, her time in preschool there. And her comment to me at the picnic afterwards was, "I'm going to miss my friends here so much." The picture on the other side of the screen is from an event that I went to for the Ravenswood School District this year, and they had many welcome and greeting and here we are and who we are tables, but this was my favorite, and this was where families of incoming kindergartners, if they had not yet registered their child for school, had all of the information and the QR code and who to contact and how provided for them. And then for the incoming kindergartners in both English and Spanish, they had a t-shirt that said, "I'm going to kindergarten." And of course, that work continues for us with our incoming freshmen. Here are some of our students from their time graduating from Hillview in the 8th grade and graduating from La Entrada also in the 8th grade. And I don't have any Carlmont pictures because I don't have any family members or friends of the family who sent me photos, and I only used those because I had permission. But Carlmont is dear to our hearts as well. And these students come to us with friendships, friends who are going to other places next year who they're sad to leave, and teachers who made big differences in their lives. And those people send them our way, hoping that we will do our very, very best by them. So my question for you before we dive into this is, and you can either choose to share it aloud, or you can just think about it to yourself. And we like to give choices. So the first question is, what is an early memory of your freshman year of high school? Or pick one word that describes you at age 14. So I'm wondering if I have any volunteers who will share an early high school experience. Shawnice.
Well, eighth grade was transformative. I met my very best friend, Nicole Shanko, of 40 years. She is still my best friend, and we went into our freshman year with someone else who was a little bit more outgoing than I was. And so I just got to hang around and get new friends because she was popular and I was quiet.
Props to Nicole. I love it. 40 years later. Anyone else? Yes, Carrie.
The opposite of Shanice. Totally rebellious.
What was it?
Totally rebellious.
No.
I'll tell you the story sometime, not now at a board meeting.
Very hard to
You
believe
don't want to be
now.
recorded, Carrie? You don't want to be recorded, huh?
Very hard. Let there be hope for people in the audience who have a rebellious young person. Things may well turn around. I give you Carrie Dubois. Anyone else willing to share? Yes, Amy.
So, my first memory of high school was actually the freshman year orientation, because I graduated from a really small K-8 school that only had about 30-some kids graduating, and I went to a school that has 2,800 students. So I was a little freaked out, like,
Totally.
how's this going to end up? But they split us up into our homerooms as part of the orientation. And then I found out that one of the people in my homeroom, actually I went to preschool with, and another person I actually knew in elementary school, but then she had moved somewhere else to a different school for middle school. So then immediately it felt a little bit less scary because at least I knew two people in my homeroom. And then they had us all load into the auditorium. And I just remember the song girls going up on stage and they were dancing it to Salt and Pepper's Push It. And I said, oh, this high school is going to be awesome. And that's all I remember.
That is awesome. Thank you, Amy Koo. Would anyone else be willing to share a memory?
Oh, I can share.
Oh, good, Sofik.
So the summer before my freshman year at MA, I tore my meniscus playing basketball. So throughout orientation in the first 2 months, I had to crutch around the MA campus. And that was, really tiring and exhausting going from the science building all the way to PE and back. It was a lot.
That is a lot, and it kind of kills the freshman's #1 desire to just blend in. Anyone else? It was interesting how many people mentioned a relationship. And how many people, and I think from the twitching of mouths, how many people vividly remember the start of that freshman year. Mine is a ride to Placer High School with my sophomore friends, Mary Beth Hamilton and Katie Harrison and Mary Beth's dad. And the stereo was playing a certain song by Dire Straits that starts out, I Want My MTV. So that will tell you how old I am. And I just remember being so scared about high school and hoping that it would be welcoming. And it turned out to be awesome. But I'm 53 years old, money from nothing. And I still viscerally remember that. I was in my white denim, green polka dot Esprit Factory San Francisco skirt that I'd gotten on a special day to the city with my mom. And it was a really big transition. And I went to one of the big middle schools that fed into my high school. And in our district, we have students who very much also share Amy's experience, where they come from private schools or they come from very small middle schools. So kids come from us to us from so many backgrounds, and every one of them is sacred to the people who send them to us. So this picture is blurry, but I don't care. I just love it. And here you are, freshman year. You got the teacher in her green SDTA t-shirt at the top of the bleachers, making sure everyone's okay, and freshmen enjoying a fall rally. So here's what I'm going to cover this evening. The first thing I'm going to cover is the 9th grade experience inputs, because one question that I received was, okay, we've made some decisions about how we're going to change some of the out of classroom experiences for incoming freshmen this year, and how did we arrive at those decisions? So I'm going to share a little bit about that. I'm also going to share, because people wondered, why don't freshmen have room to take an elective of their choice? And how does that come to be? And then why do some freshmen get to take a 7th class? Next, I'm going to cover ninth grade extracurriculars because we have not talked about that much this year. And that's very much, as we know from studies and from our own high school experiences, a big part of the way that students feel about their schools and how they end up doing in the classroom is often a reflection of how they feel about their school, how they think their school feels about them, and the experiences that they also have outside of the classroom. So we'll talk about what is new this year. There's some exciting things coming up for 24-25. And then at the end, again, I welcome your questions and comments of what we did not cover this year that you would like for us to cover next year or cover again next year. So first, ninth grade experience input. So this is a checklist or a list, excuse me, and where you see check marks, those are presentations. These topics were part of presentations to the board sometime in 23-24. And then everything in bold was not part of a presentation to the board this year, but it was something that impacted some of the decisions that have been made about some of the new opportunities for freshmen next year. So I will make sure that I cover those. The first one that we haven't talked about yet is, well, actually, Liz, you talked about it a little bit in terms of supports, but I haven't talked about it yet as far as how it played into my side of the house. We were interested when we were looking at how do we really flesh out the experience for our ninth graders so that they feel very connected to our schools and a part of things. And so what we did was we went and we said, when we look at our dashboard data, who are our most at promise students? So what are our groups of students who our dashboard tells us are most struggling to feel a connection to our campuses? And when we look at our data, we see that we have a perpetual pattern in our district playing out again this year, that we have higher than we should suspension rates for our African American and Pacific Islander students. So we went out and we chose some schools and we met with students from across the academic and school involvement and grade spectrum. We had a set of questions that we asked them. The county went with us to help us norm our questions to make sure that we were effectively calibrating our data. We did cultural sensitivity trainings for what should we know about the backgrounds of these students who we're interviewing and what might cause them to share more or share less. And what I have here on Post-it notes for you is individual comments, but these comments represent themes of what we heard from students. And what we heard from students during these empathy interviews that have impacted some of what we are doing next year is, I go where people I relate to go, and often that's people from my own background. Family and faith are very important to me. I most trust school adults who I also know in some capacity outside of the classroom. The cultural clubs and the academy were two places where many students expressed that they felt a real sense of belonging with that small school community or that smaller club setting. My saddest comment that was a theme that I thought was really interesting is expressed with, if I'd known how to get in leadership, I would have done it. And then another real, a really consistent theme, and this one was very interesting to me because especially across academics, we heard it from kids who were getting very, very good grades to kids who were not doing well academically. It makes a difference when my culture is included in history, English, you know. Other site-specific input, I asked principals because a lot of the first slide that I showed you is district-wide input with the checklist that we present to you at board meetings for the most part. But this was some of the other things that principals said influenced some of their site decisions. School-specific parent guardian input, student attendance at events or tryouts. What did kids tend to flock to where they felt like they didn't have enough support for the number of students who wanted to be involved? Ninth grade elective course requests. What were the classes that kids said I would really like to take X, but there wasn't room for the students to take it unless they took it as a 7th class for which we did not have funding? School-specific surveys. Several of our schools do surveys specific to their own campuses, school-specific committees. And those were the major themes there. I also did want to slide in Another survey that happened district-wide that we have not done a presentation on this year was the AB 28 Visual Performing Arts funding. It's not AB, it's Prop, sorry, Prop 28. And it's great news that it's Prop 28 because the voters voted it in, and it's more money for students to have experiences in visual and performing arts. And so we sent out surveys to parents and surveys to students in English and in Spanish about what they would like to see us provide more of. And that impacted what we are providing. And then I am giving a couple examples of some of the assessment work that we do during the year to make sure when we get student input in the form of how they do on assignments, how they do on units, how they do on tests during the course of the year. Where do we need to recalibrate what's going on in a classroom so that we are making sure that we're addressing the learning differences and strengths and areas for growth of all of our students. So this particular slide is from interim comprehensive assessments. This one is math, and every teacher in the district is a part of a comprehensive assessment. It's math or it's English, or for instance, if it's world languages, they do something a little bit different that's applicable to their subject area, PE as well. But the goal is every single group is looking at data. They're looking at the standards for their content area, and they're taking the standards for their content area and the assessments that were used to measure those standards. And they're saying, how did my students do on these assessments? And what do I need to tweak in my classroom practice so that students are learning what I am teaching? Am I going too slow? And am I going too fast? Do I have a smaller group of students who needs a specific activity or something differentiated? So that happens. I also love what our English teams do. Our English teams agree on scope and sequence at the beginning of every year. They have 2 days during the school year when they have a release day, and they work with a facilitator from the district office. They take a common assessment that all of the students in that course at their site have done at the end of a unit. They look at the data from that assessment. They analyze it, and then they do a performance action plan. So what are we going to do next so that we don't lose time? That happens every year so that we are doing ongoing recalibration of how it is going. Partner district articulations are another way that we get really important input about what kind of a job we are doing with their sweet babies once they send them to us. So our collab work is done with the district's 9 primary partner districts, and I've listed them for you there. We have 9 partner districts, and I have not counted recently. I probably haven't counted in about 5 years, but about 5 years ago, we had at least 26 schools in the area that sent students to us in the greater Bay Area who became members of our freshman class. But this is where the bulk of our students come from, are these 9 districts. And I wanted to show you some of the articulations we've done this year that I think have been great input for us and for them on how we are doing at serving our students as they make that transition from high school into their freshman year. So the first one, and one of my favorites, is the interactive dashboard that was developed this year by Deanna Wilmot. She did it in conjunction with a startup that is now taking this product and selling it to other school districts. What you are seeing is available on our school website, our district website, and anybody out there can access this, and they can drill down on the data that they find here. So this is the overall data for our district, but they can do things like they can choose certain districts, certain schools, certain programs or backgrounds of which student are a part, and drill down on our data. They can look at student demographics. They can look at discipline trends, graduation trends, A through G completion, et cetera, APIB achievement. This is a really fun tool. I almost didn't link this. Earlier today, it was not a link. It was just a JPEG picture, because I have so much fun geeking out with this that I was worried I would lose you into the rabbit hole of looking at all the different ways that folks can look at our data. So I ask you to please bear with me and honor that I didn't just give you a JPEG. Our partner districts get their own set of this data. And they are able, as a partner district, to drill down by individual students on their data. This is an example of the kind of trust that has been built up over the years, that every single one of these districts has given us the access to their data from the middle school years, and we've been able to marry it with our data to give them a much better idea of how their students are doing when they get to us. Another project that came out of that this year was the redesignation criteria, where we as a conglomerate agreed. We had people who were redesignating students at many different points. So if a student came from one school district and they'd been redesignated, it did not necessarily mean that they were able to do the same things academically that a student that came in from another district was able to do. So we agreed across all 9 of their districts, what is our criteria going to be for redesignation? So we all understand what that means, what it looks like when kids get to the Sequoia Union High School District, and we can then pick up where they left off and serve kids and know what that level means when we see it in Infinite Campus. There is, you can see the shared decisions if you link to that. Staff articulations, we articulate with staffs at the partner district. You can see there's a sample math articulation agenda and a sample ELA articulation agenda. One of my favorite things that happens at that event is we break up by high school, and our partner districts choose which school they want to go to after, which high school they want to go to after they get. I can see some screens, and there are people on that gosh darn data platform. I knew it. It's too good. They go to that meeting, they break down into their teams from the sites, and they get a printout showing them what were the first semester grades of every student from the school the kid was coming from. And then they can sit down with our teachers and our department chairs. I'm surprised about this student's grade. I'm not surprised about this. Where do you feel like students are not prepared when they come into your high school? And we're able to communicate on a teacher-to-teacher leader basis in so doing. A major project that we did this year was, there was a question from some board members who were hearing that we were reteaching in English texts that students had already had in middle school. And so my dear counterparts in the other school districts had at each site in their district had 8th and 7th grade teachers enter all of the texts that they teach at their particular site. And as you can see, and some of these are multiple. For instance, San Carlos School District, 133, row 133, 100, yes, 24 short stories, right? That's just one line. This is 147 lines of different texts that are used by our district and or our partner districts. That's a lot to try to not overlap. Based on this, we did some reconfiguring of what we are teaching in the freshman year, so there was less overlap. But honestly, I was surprised at how little there actually is. So the number one overlap is happening with Romeo and Juliet. A few of our partner district schools are teaching it. Only one partner district school is teaching the entire play. We've got one school that is teaching 5 scenes, which is not very much at all. Shakespeare plays have 5 acts, and each act has 5 scenes. So they're teaching 1/20th of the play. But we do have one that teaches the whole thing. And then we've got one that does 60-minute Shakespeare, which is just a very cursory introduction. I would argue with that particular text as a former English teacher that what you get out of that in the 7th grade and what you get out of it when you look at it with Common Core standards that are different in the 9th grade are very different. But it has opened up interesting discussions about, should we ask a few schools to not touch that? Or should we change our Shakespeare play? And then you can see there are just a few others where there is some overlap. We're having conversations about those, but by and large, there's not much. And some of the overlap, for instance, if you look at line 20, there's at Woodside, they do a student choice book, and La Entrada and Hillview both have a couple books that overlap. The majority of our students from those schools don't go to Woodside, so you can see that the list is actually pretty small. For instance, Corte Madera does Farewell to Manzanar, and so does Carlmont, but kids from Corte Madera don't go to Carlmont. So should someone ever say to you, 911, kids are getting all of the same texts that they had in middle school when they get to the Sequoia Union High School District, please feel free to pull up the sheet. We will be updating it annually. And again, props to our partners in our other districts. So moving right along, I really enjoy this picture. This is our Dr. Diana Wilmot and San Carlos Superintendent Dr. Jennifer Frenches doing a presentation at Stanford on utilizing our district's interactive dashboard to monitor their student progress. And Dr. Wilmot has been making the rounds, visiting our partner districts board meetings and doing this presentation and helping board members learn how to do. And we have not asked if we can do that. That has been them coming to us and saying, hey, would you? Ninth grade courses. The courses that you see listed to the left of the screen are the subject areas that our ninth graders by and large take. They are by and large driven by UC A through G requirements and the California graduation requirements. Not completely, but largely. And because we want students to be knocking those requirements out of the way as soon as possible in case they struggle and need to take something again, that's why they fill up the freshman year. There are a lot of exceptions to not being able to take a 7th class. And I'm not saying 7th period class, it's a 7th class. It could be at any point during your schedule. And I've got a list here of what are all of the circumstances under which a student automatically in our district is allowed to take a 7th class. I won't read it, but I'll give you a moment to look at it before I drill down it on the next slide. .5% of our freshman class takes 7 classes already. So half the freshman class almost is taking 7 periods. Core funding covers 6 classes. Every class that a student takes as a 7th class has to come out of a supplemental budget. So I've listed some of the supplementary funds that are used for students to take a 7th class: EL funds, SPED, reading support, room in an existing elective that didn't fill with 10th through 12th graders, foundation grants, AVID funds, tied dual credit. These are electives that typically have room for 9th graders to add as a 7th class. These are ones that, on top of the ones that a student automatically gets because it's paid for out of AVID or because they're an ELD student in their first, second, or third year of learning English. These are general electives that typically have room in them for 9th graders to add on a 7th class if they so desire. Ninth grade extracurriculars, the rest of the student. So these are a few shots to remind us that we are serving people. If you look at this slide, you will see the students with the green background. This is Tide, and they are freshmen on their day of visiting a college campus. This is something that all of our 9th grade, that all of our schools do in the first semester of freshman year, because it is a great reminder for students about why they should care about high school. My favorite memory of a 9th grade campus visit was being at Stanford one year, and there was a line of freshman boys at the self-serve ice cream machine, and there was a very famous Stanford football player, and the poor kid was just trying to fill up his bucket with his soft serve, and all of our freshman boys standing behind him were just oohing and ahhing about both the soft serve and seeing in person such a great athlete. We don't really care what hooks you on trying to do well in high school so that you leave yourself open for the most life opportunities possible. We just want to try and hook you on the big picture. And then the picture with the pink background is my across the street neighbor, Jojo Gadini. She went to Redeemer. She did not know very many kids when she started at Sequoia High School. And this was the night that she was named freshman class princess. Her dad sent that at like 11:30 at night. And I was like, ah. My husband was like, leave me alone, but I was elated. Extracurricular. So these are things that students in general in our schools get to do, except for where you see the 9th grade cloud. And these are activities that are specific to freshmen only. So if I am a freshman and we are acclimating you to high school, if I need the support academically, then I have Compass. There's also Summer Bridge at several of our schools for students who are stretching to try and get ahead. We have freshman orientation, college visits that I just mentioned, transition programs. I'll show you some photos of that in a little bit, happen at all of our schools. And then, of course, the 9th grade counseling night. And then the other extracurriculars are open to all of our students. So another link you'll see here is a link to a spreadsheet of what are the sports at our high schools and who's typically able to participate in the sports. And I'm going to tell you that because of some great news that I will share that Edith alluded to later in this presentation, this list has got a lot more opportunity for 9th graders than it used to. So you can see here by school, what are the sports that are typically not made by freshmen are white. The ones highlighted in green are ones that 9th graders new to the sport can likely make, and I'm so happy that so much of it is green. And then sports highlighted in orange are frosh teams that typically end up being 9th graders with prior experience in sports, but would most likely get cut without the existence of a frosh team. So those are basically green too, because we have the freshman sport. And then just a note that Tide has a agreement with Menlo Atherton, so all the Tide students can participate in the MA sports, and then middle college and independent study students can participate in the sports with their neighborhood school. We've got events like dances, games, robotics, speech, and debate competitions. You can see over under links to the club lists that there are a large number of clubs for students to join. This is the Carlmont list. It is crazy. And not every one of these is happening every semester, but they pretty much all are. So please choose the school of your choice and see what you might be involved in if you were a high school student now. And then, of course, we have our theater productions, music and dance that were robust and are only going to become more robust with the new money that voters have given us to expand those opportunities for students. On one side, you will see Valentine's Day cookie decorating. This is some of our freshmen, kind of what you described, Amy, with your homeroom class. They are put in groups that they are intentionally, the goal is to put them with one kid they knew in the 8th grade and have no one else that they knew in 8th grade in their group. And they do activities over the course of the year, usually once a month, to grow a class identity and to get to know each other. And then here we've got some very happy Woodside freshmen at a football game representing with their freshman flag. Here's what's new in the 24-25 9th grade experience. A whole lot more money is going to be put into expanding and enriching the experience of students in our schools. And of all the grades, the grade that will most benefit from that is our 9th graders, who have traditionally gotten the smallest slice of the pie. So there is $1,200,000 additional stipends being funded across the district in 24-25. That will be ongoing. Thank you so much, Todd and Crystal and SDTA. And Melissa Schmidt did do a ton of work for making that happen. I'll drill down on that in a minute. There is $1,115,794, because Christine and Benita are both here, and so I have to get my dollars right, that we will be getting in Prop 28. That will be recalculated every 3 years, but it's also ongoing money. So this is approximately what we will receive district-wide every year. And then the district is also putting 215,000 into do new ninth grade experiences chosen by the sites based on the input that they got from their particular community members. These are the newly funded per site stipends for 24-25. And here's how you read the spreadsheet. If it just says the name of a program, for instance, robotics, that is a program that before we did not fund a stipend for it, and now we are. If you look at the third bullet down on the left side, it says badminton +1. That means we used to fund a badminton stipend. We are now funding a second stipend because that program is so popular and more kids want to do it. And then lastly, if you look again in the left-hand column, third from the bottom where it says to Frosh basketball, that means we already had Frosh basketball, but we're adding 2 more at, it's new, but it's not just 1 position, it's 2 positions per site. Any questions about that? This is a very, very impressive list. And each one of these represents a sizable number of students who will now be able to be involved in something outside of the classroom who were not able to do so before. This is a lot of connection and engagement for students, in particular our freshmen. Here are some of the ninth grade opportunities that are new in 24-25. Carlmont, thank you. Ms. Buckland Murray, feel free to say, do you want to speak to this? You just want me to keep going? Okay, sounds good. They'll be doing a summer music camp. They'll have tutoring after school, and they're expanding their robotics program even beyond what we had already stipend. MA will be having new ninth grade electives. Journalism and digital photo were classes that freshmen wanted to take that they were not able to fund in the past. They'll be expanding speech and debate and robotics. Sequoia will have entrepreneurship, and they will have 2 periods of a ninth grade leadership class, which will be new. Tide is going to have an innovation lab supervisor for ninth grade design class, a robotics team, and a music production club. And Woodside will be supporting more speech and debate, Model UN, Ballet Folkloreo, Science Olympiad, expanding robotics, STEM, Makerspace bike repair lab, and music production, 199 records. And then, of course, the goal is, here's something we didn't do this year that I'm really, really hoping we'll put in place this summer to do for the class of 25-26. All of the pictures that have frames around them are our babies before they come to us. So you've got the basketball team from La Entrada in their green jerseys. And the hope is the girls you see there in that photo, they should all feel welcomed and know how to access the Menlo Atherton basketball team represented in the lower left-hand corner. In the middle in pink background, you've got Clifford's Mary Poppins production. Those students should all know how to get involved and find places when they get to the photo in the lower right corner, the Sequoia High School's theatrical productions. And then on the top right, you see members of Ravenswood Boys Robotics Team. And those little fellas, if we do this right, should find their way onto robotics teams in places like the Woodside team, pictured on the right side of the slide, and the team like it at Menlo Atherton. And we're expanding all these options. What I'd love for us to do next year is create a spreadsheet like we did for what textbooks are being used in English for our middle schools, and just have a spreadsheet that has all of the activities that we offer at the high school level for our partner districts to fill in. Who are the kids going to that high school the next year who did that activity in the 8th grade, so that the adults who are running that activity at the high school level can invite them in, give them a warm hand, like send them an email. Here's when, send their parents an email. Here's when we're meeting. Here's how you would get involved in this activity. Because our goal is that Ravenswood Girls Robotic Program on the left finds her way onto Menlo Atherton's robotics team on the right. Thank you. And please let me know what else you want.
Okay, thank you so much for that. I have a few questions, but I'm going to turn it over. Does anyone on the dais have a question? Trustee Dubois?
So I love all the new stuff. Really exciting. I think the burning question I have, so when I think about the ninth grade experience, the thing that's most important to me is engagement.
Mhm.
And I think it's really hard to measure engagement. And we've heard that over the years, I've heard, kids have survey fatigue. And I think it's really hard. I don't know if we have actually the best tools. I don't know if anybody even does. I don't know the best way to really ask kids, how are you doing? What do you think? Like even healthy
Kid survey?
I mean, I think that health information is not accurate, right? Especially about substance abuse, right? I think it's underreported. So how do we really know about engagement? And what I always think about is the kids that are having the hardest time, right? So like the kids that end up at Redwood, every kid I've met, I always ask, what school did you come from? What was your experience? And those are kids that don't participate, right? So that's one group of kids. And then you have the kids that might be doing extracurricular, but they're not doing well academically. I mean, we have all different kinds of kids. So that sort of general question, how are our kids doing? And so what I think about are the kids that are struggling the most. But even though if we add more fun things, they might not participate. The kids that are not making, we want our kids to take risks, but we want them to take healthy risks like drama, but not there are other risk taking that's really detrimental to high school success. So there's all these different things. So that general question, how are our kids doing? I believe we don't have a way of really measuring that. And I would love to have just like debate and conversation and what do we really care about? And I know we also have kids that are under an amazing academic stress and pressure, and they're just doing school. And I'm a believer in Denise Pope's research. And if you're just doing school, right, and just going just all about the grades, that's not what we want because they may not make it through college, right? Or they may be very unhappy,
unhappy
it's a really
adults.
complicated thing. The whole topic of the ninth grade experience. And maybe this will be part of our strategic planning, work. But I'm really curious, and it's a bigger conversation, like how do we measure? And I was at Sequoia with Sean Priest, and this was part of the partnership with, you probably know about it, the partnership with, for homeless kids. And he had access to a very well-known researcher. And I was in the room when she was talking from another state. And she said, when you survey students, you have to start with an apology. Like this time we're really going to listen to you.
Right.
And it has to be so well crafted, right?
Yes.
So anyway,
I don't have an
making sense.
answer.
This is a hard question, but it's
I
something
will
to really think about. And
I will say that we did and we did actually start with, we will circle back with you. When we did the empathy interview training with the county, there was a lot of here's best practice around interviews of students, and it did speak to they ask us what we think and they don't tell us what happens and nothing ever changes. One of the places where we did empathy interviews was at Redwood. So a lot of what you saw tonight was influenced by, by some of our most at-risk kids. The comment about I would have done leadership, that specific comment, although it was echoed in other places, was from a Redwood student. But as far as the big answer for how are kids really doing and how do we best calibrate that, I think part of the reason it's so complicated is because it depends who you ask. Because you're making the comment about Denise Pope and kids being overstressed, but to another person who also loves children, you're not providing them with all of the opportunities and things they might need to be best equipped in the world. And so that makes it even more complicated.
Thank you so much, Rich.
So there's a lot to celebrate in that presentation. I just want to mention a few. The increased sports and other extracurricular offerings is fantastic. I think we'll get a lot more students be able to participate because of that. And huge part of probably all of their careers. That's at our school. The data sharing with the feeder district, something that we've kind of been talking about for the last several years, and online dashboards and the transparency they provide. Sometimes we get people accusing us of not being transparent. I don't know how we people more transparent with our data than this, and it's fantastic. And then to hear, I always thought if we have some data sharing and make it available, things will happen. And I hear about these online, that with these, not online, these collaborations happening with our partner feeders that maybe weren't envisioned when we started working on this data thing, but now that we have it, it happens. And so all of that was great to celebrate. Something I've said before, I'm interested in a robust set of course offerings and students choose a path that's right for them. You mentioned the state ed code and why the 9th grade 6 classes are what they are, but there are 2 ways there could be flexibility, as you know, like students could be waived from PE if they participate in interscholastic sport. And we could have a class that fulfilled both the English and the ethnic studies requirement, as I understand the
It doesn't have to
ed
be
code.
English.
Okay,
It just needs to
ethnic
be
studies and some other.
correct.
So there's 2 ways that we could free up a way for students to have an elective within the 6 periods. And I note that neither was brought forward, and I'm just wondering why.
So, and thank you for sending me those questions ahead of time. It's one of the things I so appreciate about you. So the reason that those were not brought forward ahead of time were, the first one, well, I won't take them in order. Ethnic studies, we had our ethnic studies requirement in place and up and running before the state changed the language on what you could allow to meet the ethnic studies state requirement. And so when we created the class, the boundaries were that it did need to be its own class called ethnic studies, and it was an additional graduation requirement. Last August of 2023, they released new language that softened that. And now they have said, as long as ethnic studies concepts make up the majority of the class, it can also meet another graduation requirement that your district has. So like the example you gave, it can meet the English requirement. In our district, because we require more social studies than the state or the UC system tells us students need to have, we put ethnic studies into the freshman year. Could that social studies requirement be reduced so that ethnic studies could go somewhere else? Yes. That's a lot of representatives from the social studies departments who teach those courses, but we are above and beyond in that requirement. You're right about that. And then the other one, PE, there is now, and there has been for several years, it turns out, they now allow 9th graders, if a district comes up with a board policy saying 9th graders who are participating in a district, a school, after school sport, then the district can choose to have a board policy that waives the PE requirement. It is not something that is widely practiced, but yes, there is a piece of legislation that says that. Both of those examples would mean changing graduation requirements as far as the number of units that would be needed by a student in a particular subject area, which means both of those could translate to jobs for current employees. That doesn't mean they aren't things we should be considered. They're just things that should be considered very, very thoughtfully.
So there just wasn't enough time to thoughtfully think about them yet, but it's something we could think about going forward.
We can think about anything that we are legally allowed to do. Yes.
Feedback or questions?
Yeah, I just want to thank you for adding in quite a bit of stuff to the presentation based on our questions too. So appreciate that because I'm sure that was a lot of work, but it's great to see the comprehensive overview of everything that's happening and how we're improving and changing the 9th grade experience. I did have 2 questions. One was that a lot of the 7th classes are funded by foundations. And I was just kind of curious, how equally funded are the different high schools, or is
Unequally.
it really
Unequally.
depends?
The other
Okay.
thing that is unequally funded is class size reduction.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, that, I was curious about that. And then also, it's great that
Sorry,
you're.
I would say, Amy, that there are not a lot of classes funded by the
Okay.
foundation, but there are classes funded by the foundations.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And then I heard you say that, you're gonna start mapping kids in middle school with high school activities, and I think that's a great idea.
It's just an idea. I
yeah.
haven't- Yeah.
I think
I
that's a
haven't
great
asked any of
idea.
our partner districts what they think.
Because I think a lot of times people say that they don't know how to navigate the system. And that people find out about opportunities to participate in different classes through word of mouth, which is not a good way of communicating, because if you're not in the loop, you just miss the whole opportunity to be involved. I do also have a follow-on question of, for the Frosh sports, it's great that there's going to be openings for kids with no background in that sport. But I know for a lot of other activities, whether it's music or theater or robotics or just other activities, are there also opportunities for kids who don't have a background in that to try it as a freshman?
Now there are.
Okay.
So, and I would say that for the most part, with visual and performing arts, there's already been opportunity for freshmen to participate, especially with drama performances, choir, but that's going to increase. And I think that's why you saw when we looked at what, on the last slide, what sites have individually decided to shore up. There's not a lot in there about sports, because a bunch of stipends went to sports, although there's also robotics and speech and debate got stipends, which is totally exciting. But I think that's why they are putting more money into those other activities that were listed for each site. Also, the proposition money that we're now going to get every year for VPA, they have been very specific about all the ways you may not use that money.
Yep.
And they, frankly, they've done a smart thing. They've, for the most part, that money has to go towards staffing.
Yep.
They were there, no new theater buildings. You will find people. And then when you have people, you will offer more classes as a result. So I think that we'll see even more expansion there.
Thank you so much. Let me make sure, Safik, do you have any, I'm looking for you on my screen. Do you have any comments?
Oh yeah, I'd like to thank you for the presentation. It was really informative, and I'm glad. Sorry about the last minute changes, but I'm really glad they happened because I think it made the presentation a lot more detailed. The only thing I'd like to add is I know like we're kind of constrained a lot because of A through G, and I think it's unfortunate how hard it is or how many requirements freshmen have to take and how that kind of limits the ability to take electives. But I do think we do have a lot of opportunities for freshmen to get involved. Granted, a lot of them require foresight or planning and might not be available to everyone, but one of the wishes that and it's just me that I had is I think it'd be interesting for freshmen whose interests who or want to pursue more academic interests also had an elective they could take. Because when I see the elective list, I think we have a lot of great stuff, whether it be music, drama, or journalism, as some of the new ones are added. But one of the things that other schools that I know offer freshmen are more academic oriented AP or classes, and it doesn't necessarily have to be an AP class, even though there are some APs that are designed to be accessible for freshmen to kind of introduce people to what a college level class would be at a younger age. But more electives that might be academic subjects, whether it be history classes or science classes, something like those, I guess I'd be also kind of interested in seeing, but that's just me personally. But thank you for the presentation.
Yeah, you're welcome. And there are things that are, most AP IB classes are not designed for freshmen. There are things though, like AP seminar, that are specifically designed for freshmen. It's around study habits and how do you think in different ways. And so, yeah, absolutely noted.
Thank you, Safik, for that. I love the AP seminar. I actually think that is a lot of ways that some other schools are prepping their kids. If I go to KIPP, who does AP for all, they do the prep class. If I go to, I think Summit does some work. So there are some options that I think for the students, and in those programs, there is designed to really get certain kids prepared to take the AP. So I actually think that that would be cool. I did it in freshman year of college. So hey, why not freshman year of high school? You guys way ahead of me.
You and what's her name? Your friend of 40 years.
Yes, my friend Nicole.
Nicole, you and Nicole, freshman seminar.
PhD leading the early college program. So I love it because we're both first generation college students. I do have a couple of questions. First of all, I'm glad you talked about the VPA because a teacher came and talked to me about that, was very passionate that we need to make sure that VPA was in there. I was like, okay. And then you showed up. I didn't even ask you. So I appreciate that. I do have a couple of questions. I got, what is stunt? What is that? That the class?
I think that that's a form of like cheer stunt.
Correct.
We have an answer.
That
That's
is
my
correct.
guess.
Okay.
That's true.
It's, dare I say it, probably the most athletic offering in the district.
Okay,
It's,
okay.
it's crazy.
I was just interested. I thought it was pretty
Right?
cool. I also wanted. Oh, no, no. I wanted to talk about National History Day. I know I have a person who comes to me often about National History Day and actually was a judge this year. And I think we have a TOSA who, I want to say Anna Olson or something like
Yeah,
that.
Annie Olson, our social.
Yeah, yeah. And I've been to, I think Carrie was a judge at MA site and it was actually phenomenal. Phenomenal. It was from middle school to high school. And so it's something I want to put out there because I saw a lot of athletics and drama, but there's also other creative ways to stimulate academic and to apply. It's more application as a
Yeah.
person who learns differently. There's other ways to apply knowledge, and I don't know if we have a lot of ways of doing that so people can show their intelligence.
Yeah, that's a great suggestion. MA gave me a tour of theirs this year and it's really impressive.
Yeah, I would say if you could come to the National History Day competition, it is actually
Okay.
phenomenal.
Okay.
Phenomenal. The next thing is I was thinking about those students. I think our sports is really great, but you also have to have grades, and some kids struggle with learning needs or physicality or things of that sort, but they love sports. And
Mhm.
so I'm not for sure where intramurals come in to play with some of this. It might be after school, but I just trying to think about those students who they're not going to get on the team.
Well, there are a lot of teams that are no cut.
Okay.
There is I need to think about this before I say it. I believe there's a no cuts. I know there's a no cut sport at every school in the district in the fall and in the
Okay.
spring.
Okay.
I'm not sure that there's a no cut sport in the winter, although there may be now that we've got more freshman stipends,
Okay.
but there are no cut teams in the district.
Okay, that's good to know. I was trying to figure out what that meant. And then I have a comment that we heard when we visited Sequoia, a young woman who talked about she came from a smaller district. I'm assuming Redwood City or Ravenswood. And she says some of the kids don't know what their options are when they come in, even though, we do our stuff and we try to tell, but kids still are trying to figure out. And one of the things she talked about was we need to go back to the middle schools and share. They talked about themselves as students, going back and sharing. I remember I used to do that part of junior achievement when I was in high school. Is there some way, because I do think these are beautiful offerings, but if kids are overwhelmed or their families are overwhelmed,
Right.
they're not navigating. Because
That's right.
I know we talk about that, but I went to MA's open house and I so happened to know a family, eyes were this big.
Yeah.
And they came from a smaller school. It wasn't Ravenswood, but they came from a different school. And their eyes were just so big. It was so overwhelming.
I'm trying to make meaningful eye contact, but is someone writing all these down? Are you guys, I'm assuming we're catching these ideas and.
Yes, I'm writing everything down.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. I was,
Bonnie, you may want, I'm not sure if President Stevenson exited when you showed the slide and talked about potentially, so Bonnie had talked about us as we extend and develop further outreach with our partner districts to find out what the kids are interested in and what they're doing in 8th grade, so that then we are reaching out saying, hey, we know that you did robotics at your school, and then we make a direct link instead of the overwhelming at the orientation or, maybe just I always believe in the power of the nudge, right? And maybe I was great at robotics in 8th grade, but this robotics team with seniors on it is kind of intimidating. So we're gonna invite you in.
And the team approach. What I've heard from some students is that they're teamed up with a friend. They're both like pushing each other like homework sisters and all this kind of stuff. So I do think there's some of that at the site
Definitely.
level.
I like the idea of going back to the schools. I got the idea for the spreadsheet actually when I was watching a Lion King trailer for the Ravenswood School District. And that stage was full of middle school students. And I was like, okay, I
Yep,
don't
and
think this is
they
all
changed their program
translating.
because we got, we got the buildings for the pack and all that kind of
Right.
stuff.
Yeah, but we need to make
Yeah.
sure that that connection is happening so that I and my parent or a guardian get an email letting me know when that's starting up when I get to high school from the high school theater teacher.
Yeah, yeah.
But I love the idea of our kids going and talking about what you can get involved in and how they got involved back at the middle school.
Right, right. And then the last thing I didn't see on there, and I don't know how this fits in, but the community service, I'm thinking about all the work that youth community services are doing with some of the representatives here within the Career Center around work experience, which is not until like you're 15 or something like that, but also the community service piece of it. So how does that fit into this? I'm not quite sure how that works here. I know how it works at EBAA,
Right.
but they're unique, right?
In freshman year, not a lot, and it's not really systematized across the district.
Okay. I think that's all. I just want to say this is amazing information. I do want to be cognizant of like taking too much out of the freshman year, just because we also want kids to academically be ready for school. And trying to think about how to best do that. I do think that for our children who have IEPs, and they're put into the students, the study skills class, it does limit them. And so if there was something else that also where we can differentiate what students go where for
Yeah.
additional support, because a lot of it is around study skills,
Yes.
breaking things down, the wellness, the anxiety, the test anxiety that kids get. So it's a really specialized class. And I love our case managers. They're awesome. They do such good work. And I wonder what other options are out there for different students. Okay, thank you.
I have a couple of quick
Oh,
questions.
sorry,
Yeah,
Jacob.
no.
Student trustees got anything to say?
So first of all, thank you so much for this presentation. Super informative. And great. I was especially coming from Carmel, I was especially proud to see on the sports section, girls flag football, our team went
Yeah.
undefeated.
you
And
did.
I hope that
Miss
program
Brooklyn Murray has told no one that. Not
and
triple negative.
And I hope more and more schools keep on adopting that same program. I also want to echo what President Stevenson said about like streamlining from middle to high school. It was great to see the data of like the English text data, and I can say that from conversations within our SAC, the it was the desire of like streamlining and a lot more information was definitely expressed between middle and high school, and a lot of students talked about how they got into high school and they didn't know what to do, they didn't have information, and as President Stevenson mentioned, a lot of students are willing to be part of the programs that somehow help with that and so on. In regards to Vice President Nori's point about like the academic offerings, another thought that I had was as someone that has taken AP seminar in high school, I think it is absolutely an amazing course that would be amazing if it could be offered to freshmen. I think at Carmel, actually, in previous years, and including this year, it has only been offered to juniors, but starting next year, correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Buckland, it is being offered to sophomores, which is great to see. In addition, I know that in other districts where there are some APs offered to, not that AP is like the only possible thing to offer in terms
Good
of
one.
increasing. Yeah. One of the most popular AP courses for freshmen is AP Human Geography, which is a new one. I think it was like somewhere around the year 2000 it was introduced. So it's fairly new, but that one is also like almost specifically created for freshmen, the freshman experience and so on. And also in regards to Trustee Ginn's point, within the SAC, while we didn't discuss like ethnic studies and English, we did discuss PE, and there, while it definitely is a complex issue, there was overwhelming support for waiving freshman year PE requirements if you participate in a freshman sport. Now, I personally do not have much to say about this, as I took freshman year PE from my bed, but other juniors, sophomores, and freshmen across the district, all that do participate in sports, said that it would be a great help, and like it would be cool to have an extra space.
Thank you.
Just want to say thank you. That was real good. We have, let me put my glasses on. Do we need to take a break? Do we need, okay, 5-minute break. Thank you. We're gonna get started. Woo, 7:34, and we're gonna have a presentation by ASME, the Local 8029 Supervisors Bargaining Unit proposal. Are there any public comments?
I have none in person. Are there any public comments on Zoom on this
Okay.
agenda item? I do not see any hands.
Okay, and Assistant Superintendent Todd will do the presentation. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Just before I get into this, I do want to thank Bonnie for putting that together. That question on there about, what do you remember your 9th grade year? The first thing that hit me was, I played sports, I played football, and going between 8th grade and 9th grade, we had to go into practice. And nowadays, I think they call them 2-a-days. We called them hell weeks back then, just because really it's what it was. But I go back to that and realize, it really was sports that kept me into school. To be honest with you, it wasn't one of those big things that was so much of important to me, but it was the sports that kept me going in there. So when we had that opportunity and worked with SDTA, and I have to give Melissa Smith also a lot of props because she put a lot of that together. To be able to see that in the offerings that we're going to have for our students was amazing. It's probably one of the most exciting things I had in negotiations, since I've been doing negotiations for many, many years now. It was great to see that we spent a lot of time for our students on there. So I just want to add that in there because that was a lot of fun to see that. So for today, again, we have our sunshine proposal for the ASME supervisors. This is also about the reopeners. As with SDTA and ASME, based on this previous year's negotiations, we had a couple items for reopeners. And as part of that, we go through a sunshine proposal. I'm reading the one from ASME, the supervisors, for the reopeners, so I'll just read through that. So the ASME SUHSD supervisors negotiating team and ASME business agent submit the following sunshine proposal to negotiate CBA reopened articles with Sequoia Union High School District for the 24-25 school year, per the ratified tentative agreement from the 23-24 school year. We look forward to working collaboratively with the SUHSD negotiating team to problem solve and have positive resolutions. We strive to continue to build trust and positive relationships while affording ASME supervisors the support and representation needed to achieve the best standards, working conditions, and services provided to the students, staff, and our community. The following articles were agreed upon for the 24-25 negotiations. Article 5, Health and Welfare, and Article 10, Wages, and this is signed off by Brian Oliver, the supervising steward, and Abdul Johnson, who's the business agent for ASME Council 57. I'm not sure there's any questions.
Questions? Safik, just to make sure? Oh, he logged off. It's just us 5 folks here. Okay. That's all we have is just discussion. We don't have any questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you much.
All right, let me put my glasses back on. We have two more discussion information items. So I'm gonna talk, Dr. Chacon, the Comprehensive Coordinated Early Intervention Services, SACE. I'm so excited about this presentation. I'm sure I'm the only one, but, we're excited that you're here. Any public comments regarding SACE?
There are no comments.
CSACE. It's not SACE? It's CSACE.
CSACE.
All right, well, go ahead, CSACE.
So this is going to be the who, what, when, where, why of CSACE. And this is important both in the collaboration between our gen ed and our special ed work, which Shayna plays a huge part in bridging, and also important because every time a CSACE plan comes through, as anyone who has been president of the board before knows, and anyone who will be president of the board coming up, you're often asked to review these and sign these. And so Trustee Stevenson graciously asked, can we just get the full board educated on this so that we know, when these plans do come through quarterly, quite regularly for signature, everyone is up to date on CSACE. So Shane is going to take it away and tell us all about it and is welcoming your questions this evening. Okay, good evening, Superintendent, Board of Trustees and Cabinet. I can kind of see you over the screen because I'm short, but do my best. Is the clicker? Yes, here we go. Okay, so CSACE, Comprehensive Coordinated Early Intervening Services, and like Dr. Chacon said, it is very much a team effort between our multiple departments working on CSACE. Oops. Oh, thank you. Okay, so CSACE stands for Comprehensive Coordinated Early Intervening Services. It refers to the multi-year quality assurance process and monitoring compliance and improvement within our LEA for special education framework. It's a plan that we have to file every year with the California Department of Ed, and they identify each district as whether or not they're significantly disproportionate. I put a link in there to identifies. It's about a 10-minute long clip. I won't play it, but you can see kind of the intricacies of how they determine if a district is significantly disproportionate. Next slide, please. Thanks. Some CSACE terminology that you might see over and over again with our plans. Disproportionate, as determined by the state, means that we have an overrepresentation of a particular race or ethnicity in at least one category monitored by the CDE. And so that can be the first bullet, disability in general category, discipline, placement, and for our district, the second bullet, which is identification of a specific race or ethnicity in a specific disability category. For special education, there's 13 categories of disability, so it's one of those categories. Significantly disproportionate means that that problem has been occurring for at least the past 3 years, for which the state has data from the district available. And then below that, the compliance and improvement monitoring, that CIM, you'll see as an abbreviation. This is the process where the CDE identifies the problem within the district, then monitors the improvement in that specific area, and then they help to determine if or when the district's problem, so to speak, is no longer occurring. The second bullet there, that refers to the steps and activities that the districts must complete in order to show that progress, that we are engaging in the process and that we're moving towards improvement in that area. Currently in our district, we have 5 plans, 2 of which have been completed, and you can see the timeline for those plans, the 2020 plan, the 2021 plan. 2 current active plans, that's our 2022 plan and our 2023, which is an abbreviated plan. And then our pending plan, which is the 2024 CIM for CSACE, it's an addendum plan, which I'll explain in a little bit. Each CSAS plan has a lifespan of 27 months. And that includes a period of time where we can't really do too much with it. We're just developing it. So July 1st through September 30th is that 4-month period where the plan is being developed. So current pending plan up there, 2024 CIM for CSAS, that one is in development currently. LEAs or so districts must wait for the approval from the CDE once we submit the plan or the proposal of the plan before we're able to implement. So even though it's a 27-month span, you can see it kind of gets shortened with the time that we can actually implement. This also means that we have multiple plans at the same time simultaneously, which all need quarterly progress updates. And each plan has 6 quarterly progress updates, so lots of monitoring simultaneously of different plans. We're the authors of all of them, so we know what's going on and we can kind of make things streamline quite a bit, but it's just so you know that there's multiple plans at the same time. So currently, in our most recent 23-24 school year, we were reporting on our 2021 CSAS plan, our 2022 CSAS plan, and our 2023 abbreviated CIM for CSAS plan. Okay, here's a chart that I put in so that you could see kind of what the state's looking at. It's a table from our most recent annual determination letter from the California Department of Ed, and it shows kind of how they look at it. So the overrepresentation of our groups, Hispanic Latino students within special education category of specific learning disability, and then that overrepresentation over time. So you can see the line going down the column showing an overrepresentation each school year, 2022, 23, 21, 22, and 2021 in that category. And then once you get that 3-year pattern is when that area becomes part of our indicator for our plan development. You can see other areas here that are not disproportionate. And so even though we are not disproportionate, we still monitor those numbers and how close we're getting with the ratios to pay attention to kind of everything that's going on in the district. Okay. Current active plans that we have. Next slide, please. We have our 2022 CSAS plan, and that has 2 indicators. So our first indicator for that is our African-American students that qualify under other health impairment. So we had an overrepresentation of that group and developed a plan that we're currently working on that will end in September 2024. But it is of note that our 2020-2021 CSAS plan effectively addressed that concern, that problem area, and we're no longer found significantly disproportionate in that area for our most recent annual notification letter. The second area is our Hispanic specific learning disability. So we had an overrepresentation of students in those 2 indicators, or in that group, for which we have a plan that's currently in place. Okay, next slide. Within this plan cycle, and this is quarterly report 6, which means the end of the cycle, for 2022 CSAS plan, you can see the progress. So we have a target group of students that we identify through the whole process of deep root analysis of our factors and our indicators. And so we get a select group of students that we're tracking over time. And other students definitely get the benefit of, that are not in the target group, get the benefit of the work that we're doing in that intervention area or multiple intervention areas. But the target group is what we measure through CSAS. And so you can see over time with this 27-month time span for this particular plan, there was growth in multiple areas for students, progress over time in multiple areas. The graph on the left-hand side, this relates directly to our goals that were part of the plan that we developed. So students receive, within the target group that received at least one or more MTSS framework domain interventions or supports, was 74.89% of the target group that received that support. And then students that received two or more of those interventions and supports in multiple MTSS domains, that was a smaller proportion. That was 9.59%. And then to the right, you can see the biggest growth for us in this particular plan was our improvements in attendance. Secondary to that was our improvements in social emotional learning. And third to that was our improvements in behavior. And then finally, improvements in academics in this target group. So we have progressed well with this group over time. Okay, the next plan is our 2023 abbreviated CIM for CSAs plan, lots of acronyms, but it's basically meaning the plan, the foundation of that plan is our 2022 plan. And so we were eligible to do an abbreviated version because we had a robust plan for 2022. So they allowed us to do the abbreviated CIM for CSAs to build upon our initial plan in 22. And so this timeline has one indicator, which is continuing from the previous one, which is our students that are Hispanic and specific learning disability eligible in those categories. And it was a new type of plan that they allowed, and only certain districts were allowed to use this kind of ability of abbreviated plan because it allowed us more time to spend and more energy to spend on actual implementation versus plan development, which was very much appreciated. And then currently, next slide, please. You can see the progress in that plan that's still ongoing and will be one of the active plans, major one for next school year. We've made some growth within that group, looking at 30% of our target group receiving one or more interventions or supports within our MTSS framework domain or multiple domains, and 7.38% receiving two or more of those supports. And the most growth is in our academic area for this student group so far. Second to that is our SCL, and then kind of minimally is our attendance and behavior. So that is going to be one of our bigger targets this coming school year for our restorative practices. Okay, and then the 2024 plan and development. This is now going to be in a plan addendum. So we got approval for both abbreviated and addendum. Is still looking at this area for an overrepresentation of our Hispanic students in the special education category of specific learning disability. But because it's a new plan, it's going to be developed collaboratively like we always do with our ed partners for the plan, but it can borrow from our 2023 plan and things that are working. Due to the CDE by October 2024, so in development. Next slide, please. And then we got some good news. So we met with the CDE, our partner at the CDE recently, last month, to talk about our past, our present, and our future trends regarding disproportionality. And we were told that we are trending in the right direction as a district, and no longer disproportionate for the group Hispanic SLD indicators. And that'll come to us more formally this coming year. But really happy that we're making a lot of improvements in those areas. And if we keep trending that way, we will not be found significantly disproportionate during our next annual determination, which is coming up in 2024. And this current plan that we're working on will be our final plan, addressing significant disproportionality within our district. Sorry, that was so much information. It's complicated.
Thank you. I know one of the reasons why I wanted you to present, there was a question at the board, at a board meeting, why are we doing disproportionality? And this is one of the reasons, because the law requires us to, so that we're not over-identifying students who should not be in place, but we're also not underserving them as well. And so we want to make sure that those represented populations are being served well so that they have academic success. I do have one question, and one of the slides where it talked about the attendance went up. Of course, academics are low when attendance is low. So like attendance is the first thing. You can't improve academics if you're not here. So how are you guys addressing the academic piece of it for those students? Because I know first is attendance and some of the basic needs first.
Can I click on?
Because it was like academic
yep.
improvement. Did I
This
read
one?
it wrong? Yeah, I think so. Let me look.
Yes, so there are 6 quarterly reports for each plan. This one is quarterly report 1. So you could see with the previous progress, we made a lot of growth over time over the entirety of the plan. So this is kind of our first snapshot. It gives us a good look of what we're missing, what we're not, we're not addressing or hitting well enough with. So there's multiple areas that we're working on and building out our practices. So this coming year, we're going to spend a lot of time along with, which we'll talk about soon, our LCAP and our new goal areas, looking at building out our restorative practices and our building out even more so and expanding our social emotional learning practices. And so it invites more students to feel like they belong and come in, feel welcomed. And that makes more of a dent, but this is quarterly report 1. So it's helpful for us to know kind of what we need to concentrate more on.
Okay, thank you. Look, Jacob, you had a question?
Yeah, I have a quick question. Thanks so much for the presentation. And it's great to see that it seems that we're moving towards no disproportionality. My question is there what is the plan in place after there's no disproportionality? We're not required to do the CSACE. Is there some sort of plan which is in place to ensure that we don't go back to disproportionality, or at least significant disproportionality, in the sense that like if we see disproportionality one year, we like actively do something to make sure that we don't get it 3 years in a row, so that you're not required to go through the whole CSACE ordeal again?
Yeah, it's a really good question. I love it when it's from a student because you're so perceptive. But yes, like this CSACE is just another way for us to really do what we already want to do. So we've been working on a lot of different areas over time. CSACE allows us to target those areas more effectively, I would say, and also allows for more funding sources for those specific projects to build out. But yes, we are, I mean, for sure in student services, for sure in ed services, we're all on the same page that we want to build out these practices for everybody. When you're doing CSACE, it's kind of like pilot, or let's try this, because you're not supposed to supplant things that are in the district as the vision areas for the district or the goal areas for the district. It's just like here, this is what we want to try, right? And so then that allows you to build out more robust practices. And we very much believe in looking at the data, but that's just one number. So we look at the data, we looked at lots of multiple factors to really give us a full picture of what students are experiencing. And so we pay attention to it all. CSACE allows us more equipment to do it.
Thank you so much. Any other comments or questions? Okay. Hopefully this was helpful to bring everyone along about disproportionality and the importance of it as we continue to keep our eye out. So thank you so much.
Hey, no problem. Thank you.
Well, it is our Superintendent Leach.
Go all the way to the
No,
podium.
go to the podium. We're going to do state of the district. Does anybody have any comments right now? Any comments? There are no comments, so we will turn it over to Superintendent Crystal Leach.
Am I going to be able to Okay, just want to make sure I can control.
Okay. Well, good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining us tonight as I present the state of the district. It is my privilege as superintendent to present the progress and achievements we've made this past school year. This presentation will cover various aspects of our district's operations and the work that has been performed by departments within our district and also at our school sites. So some of the major highlights I'm very proud to share with you this year is the collective effort of internal and external stakeholders and partners to create our next strategic plan, which you will see the draft, I believe, in a few more agenda items this evening, and will be back before you at the June 26th agenda for final approval. From the many hours that our input teams spent on creating goals and metrics for the plan to the community input we received from this community forums and surveys, I'm grateful that we had so many voices come together to create the roadmap for our next 3 years. The approval of our facilities master plan, an upgrade to our bond rating to the highest level possible as we begin our Measure W work to improve our facilities at our district. Recognition for our newcomer program, which helps our international students new to the district connect with resources to assist with transitions to the U.S. school system easier. I have had the opportunity to witness this firsthand as I mentor a few of our newcomer students. Recognition for our district's School Attendance Review Board, also known as SARB, as a model program by the California Department of Education for their work on reducing chronic absences. I struggle with that word, Liz. Yes, that word. That word. Rates and improving student attendance and engagement. In terms of student achievement, we received a green rating on our indicators for having a low suspension rate, high graduation rate, high levels of success in English language arts, and for preparing our students well for the college and career readiness. For our finances at a glance, as we move on to an overview of our finances, I am happy, this is obviously where I'm very comfortable. I'm very happy to announce that the district finds itself in a positive position of good fiscal health with stable revenue, controlled expenditures, and positive fund and cash balances projected through the next 2 fiscal years as per the second interim financial report presented earlier this year and later this evening, the budget report for the following year. Increases in property taxes have slowed due to interest rates. Hopefully, as interest rates work their way back down, we will begin to see the benefits again in our revenue. As part of this presentation, I will be sharing some of the work that our departments have done this year. I would like to start with Ed Services. Our district received $2.16 million in funding for 3 grants as part of the California Department of Education Golden State Pathways Program, an initiative designed to enable districts to expand their career technical education offerings. We are one of 3 in San Mateo County, I believe. We were awarded the largest amount of money. The awarded grants will enable us to further our commitment to academic excellence with career readiness by expanding pathways for our English learners at Menlo Atherton High School, Sequoia High School, and Woodside High School, and enhancing offerings with the computer science and graphic and interactive design pathways at Tide Academy. We were also awarded a planning grant to explore offering a transformative educational initiative aimed at enhancing opportunities for our EL students through innovative blend of academic and CTE pathways. Designed, as Bonnie had mentioned earlier tonight, designed an interactive dashboard. Our research and evaluation department worked with Schoolitics to create an interactive version of our district's data dashboard, which used to just be a stagnant PDF piece. With the collaboration, it was still fabulous. With the collaboration of our partner districts, we can now also share information with them regarding their students, and that is data driving the decisions and initiatives we have at this school district. Our newcomer program received the prestigious J. Russell Kent Award from the San Mateo County School Boards Association. This program launched in 2021. It provides a centralized welcome center for newly arrived international students and their families, improving the enrollment process and offering essential resources. In our human resources area, we have updated 17 job descriptions, some dating back to the 1970s. That's right. Thank you for that, Matt. Is the overlap? Okay, that's what I was hoping for. In collaboration with various stakeholders, they also partnered with our classified union to create a reclassification committee, formalizing the process for considering position reclassifications. We have offered a wide range of professional development opportunities for management staff, including sponsorship to the Association of California School Administrators Personnel Academy, training on interactive process meetings, FRISC model documentation, complaint responses, negotiation training, and even more. 11 administrators so far have signed up for the HR boot camp. Todd, you better watch your job. A workshop designed for those interested in HR department's role and functions. We have provided coaching opportunities for our new school administrators. They are paired with an outside coach to provide support throughout the school year. I would like to mention that from the several districts that I've worked at through my career, I have never worked for a district that invests so much into our current staff in developing our own and making sure that we are providing our staff with the resources to succeed. For administrative services, our district is in our second year of universal meals. Food and Nutrition Services Department have served 226,000 breakfasts and 433,000 lunches. Gay will tell you how many days of pizza, an increase of 29% from the prior year. The Transportation Department took delivery of 5 new electrical school buses in December. They are up and running. The new buses replaced 5 1990 diesel buses and can be seen on some of the district's routes today. Purchasing is currently assisting with the overflow of construction-related requisitions and contracts that were previously handled by the Construction Department as we revamp that for our new bond program. Purchasing, along with the warehouse, is working to auction many pallets worth of surplus equipment and automobiles over the summer months. Over the past few years, these auctions have resulted in almost $150,000 worth of income to the general fund and has helped to divert our old equipment from landfills and to people who are able to use them for parts to refurbish for secondhand use. Repo Graphics continues to expand their capabilities and offerings to school sites and departments. This year alone, they've added equipment that will allow them to engrave nameplates and wayfinding signage. You can see the decals, well, probably not because it's dark outside, but the decals on the sidewalk out there pointing where our students could go to get their work permits for the summer. To shirts, sweatshirts, we can scan and print blueprints all in-house, which result in a significant savings over contracting the services to our outside vendors. I'm only aware of our district having a centralized purchasing department and a centralized repo graphics department, and which definitely has grown in popularity since we have added the additional machines to serve our school sites. So highlights from student services, as mentioned earlier, the attendance support, our districts has the review board was named a model program by the California Department of Education, one of just 23. in the state and 3 in the Bay Area to earn this distinction. This recognition highlights the district's efforts to reduce, Liz, and promote student engagement. Thank you. Model SARBs help reduce discipline practices by offering prevention and positive alternatives. They support other districts by sharing resources, providing peer coaching, and hosting visits to discuss successful strategies. These awards were presented at the California Association of Supervisors of Child Welfare and Attendance State Conference back in April in Monterey. We prioritize the safety and well-being of our students and staff, partnering with the San Mateo County Narcotics Task Force to provide biannual training on drug impairment, trends, and prevention. Our Student Services Department also offers training on fentanyl dangers and Narcan administration, along with CPR, AED, and first aid training certified by the American Red Cross. Narcan boxes are placed alongside AEDs at all district sites, and campus aides carry Narcan for quick emergency response. Next academic year, students will be trained on CPR, fentanyl awareness, overdose recognition, and Narcan use. We've developed a toolkit for staff which holds information on overdose signs, response protocols, and site-specific maps showing AED and Narcan locations throughout the school sites. Our wellness centers are at all of our school sites. One I would like to highlight is MA Student Wellness Center Council, along with the mental health support specialist administration, which launched a new wellness center called PAUSE, Peace and Wellness Space, this past November, replacing what was known as the Zen Den. PAUSE offers a safe space for students to connect with health and wellness resources, talk to trusted adults, practice coping strategies, and access health services on and off campuses. For our students to feel included and feel like they belong at our schools is a major goal that we strive to achieve every day. In the student survey for the strategic plan and LCAP this year, we learned that the overwhelming majority of students surveyed felt like they belonged at our school. We think that in no small part of this work that's put in across the district to celebrate and uplift our diverse communities and offer a wide variety of clubs and activities to achieve that goal for all students. I'd like to share some of the events and highlights from each of our school sites this year, but I should mention that this is just a small sample of some of the great things that took place throughout our fabulous district this year. You'll see programs, clubs, CTE pathways, community partnerships, and sports. Again, this is just a small collaboration of what makes our district great, and I want to thank our sites for their work throughout the year. So pictured here is Redwood with the Green Strides Tour, EPAA for the Road to Legendary, Adult School for Community Advisory, and Tide for our senior capstone projects. For highlights continued, Woodside and MA for robotics, Sequoia's Health Academy, and Carlmont's Commissioner's Cup. I would like to recognize 3 outstanding individuals for their contributions to this district this year. Teacher of the Year for the 24-25 year is Laura Gill, English teacher and multicultural literature and voice program lead at Menlo Atherton High School. Classified Staff of the Year, Lily Quinones, newcomer program family liaison. She's housed at the district office. Volunteer of the Year, Nancy Hollister, math tutor at Sequoia Adult School. These 3 have gone above and beyond to help make the district a better place, and I can't thank them enough for the work that they have done. We can't wait to honor you in front of your peers at its traditional all-staff convocation at the beginning of the school year. Thank you for letting me share some of the highlights from this past school year.
We are so excited. Carrie's ready to, she jumped right out there.
It's not a hard question, don't
Go,
worry.
Carrie.
She's worried about me. No.
For me,
It's not a question. I mean, I just have to share this. I mean, as you're showing the photos, you can't show photos of everything. I just want to share what was so excited about was Carmont's choir performing at the California School Board
Oh.
Conference. That is so competitive.
Noted. I actually
It's not
have the
judged.
best mom videos of that on my phone. Yes.
So anyway, I don't know if you have a picture of that.
I actually have the video. We should put that up. It was so funny because I was sitting next to Trustee Nori, who does not have a mom arm, right? And so he's shaking. And I was like, you're not doing it right. Move out of the way. Let me do this, right? And it's just like, your whole arm, the muscle is flexing, but you just find something to rest that elbow on. You just make it work. Like, you have to put the pain in to get that shot. But that was a fabulous day. And it was like such a proud moment being in that huge auditorium with all of those school boards throughout the entire California, and our Carmont Scots were performing so fabulously. It was
Yeah,
very much a rock star moment.
they were really rocking it. They really were. I mean, I was, I'm a little loud, so I sat towards the back, but it was really a great moment because I felt like at that time you had San Carlos School District that feeds to your, that's one of your school partners, and Belmont Redwood Shores. And it was like we were all trying to get to that front, right? Because it was our kids. So when you're thinking about belonging, it's not those kids from that district, or they said it is our kids. And I think that is what we want to see coming from all of our districts. It's our kids. And so when I think about belonging, I remember I first started to run, someone sat me down and said they never claimed me. And so there's something about being claimed, that you're part of something. So I think that is beautiful. I'm glad you did this. I'm sorry, I'm just talking away. Does anybody else have any comments?
I just want to recognize this is our inaugural state of the district, so woohoo, kudos.
Gotta start
More to
somewhere.
come, right?
I thought it was very positive, and I just want to point out one thing I'm particularly excited about is the investment in our employees, where everybody has a chance to grow. And I appreciate there's a lot I appreciate it, but I just want to call that one out. I really think that that's great that it's a learning organization for everyone, the students and the employees. So I really like that part of it.
What part was it? I couldn't hear you. Kind of went down.
That we're a learning organization for both the students and for the employees, and highlighted the investment we make in the people here so that everyone has professional development opportunities.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. How does that feel, Crystal?
You want me to stay and do the budget?
All right. All right. I know. So we're going to do a public hearing, right? Let me get my talking points out. So we're going to do a public hearing and consideration adoption of resolution number 017, approving the engineer's report, confirming diagram assessment and ordering levy assessment for fiscal year 24-25 for the maintenance assessment district. So I have to hit we open it at 9:14. And now, are there any public comments? There are none. 9:14. Oh, just move on? Okay. Public hearing on 2024-2025 local control accountability plan for Sequoia Union High School District. I do the same thing. I open it up. 9:14. Any questions? Close. All righty. 15.3, public hearing for the East Palo Alto Academy 24-25 local control and accountability plan, LCFF local indicators. I open it up. 9:15. Close it. Oh, there's a comment. I'm so sorry. I keep forgetting about this. We do have a comment from Susan Barnes. I apologize, Susan. So just state which item you're speaking to. So we didn't see it. We apologize. Susan? Hi, Susan.
Hello, I'm sorry, I just got the unmute button. Can you hear me now?
Yes. Can you
Hi.
tell us
So-
which item you're speaking to?
So this is the resolution number 017, approving of engineer's report.
Yes.
Yeah, so from SCI Consulting Group, we do the engineer's report for you and administer your assessment. And I just, there was a public hearing, which is great, but I just want to make sure you don't forget to vote on the resolution as well.
Susan, thank you for that. That's an action item later in the agenda.
It is, okay. I saw it here on the agenda, but I didn't realize. Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Susan. So we're gonna open, did I already do 15.3? 15.3 is still open. Any other public comments? Closed at 9:16. Thank you. Open up 15.4. Public hearing on a Sequoia Union High School District proposed budget for 2024-25. Any public comments? There's something on the panel list. That's Edith. Edith, you have a public comment about this one?
Make a comment, John.
Oh, you're gonna, but she has her hand up now.
It's just I'm never sure when we have both an agenda item and a public hearing when you're supposed to speak.
Does she speak? You can do public comment, right?
Yeah, my recommendation is you do public comment before the budget presentation.
Gotcha. Thank you.
All right, so we're closing this act. 9:17. We're 15.5, public hearing for excess reserves is open. 9:17, any public comment? All right, we're gonna close it. 9:17, this feels really good to bang things. Okay, I'm done. Okay. Discussion items. Okay. So we're gonna go to 16.2. 1, discussion of the draft of the strategic plan. Are there any public comments? Laura, any public?
There are none, there are none.
Okay, thank you. We're gonna go ahead and start with the presentation.
Yes, I would like to invite to the podium our consultants from Performance Fact, we have been in this process with them since 9 months. 10 months has been bacon. So tonight to present to the board the draft of the completed strategic plan along with our portrait of a graduate. So go ahead and take it away, Matthew.
Thank you. Thank you for having us. I'd like to begin by expressing some gratitude and appreciation to the board and the superintendent for entrusting the strategic planning process to our organization. We learned a lot, and as I said, partly tongue-in-cheek a few seconds ago, this is the longest one we ever had. It took about 9 months, and that, in my view, is a testimonial to the fact that a lot of people are involved, and the district made a commitment to allow those diverse voices to sort of have their say. It was a long process, but I think we ended up in a really nice place. I'm going to ask my colleague Rose to take us through the details of the plan. But before I get off the stage, I really want to commend Bonnie for the presentation she made about ninth grade experience. It's not part of our presentation, but she hit all the right notes in terms of, the content, the style. I was really, really very well done. And if we bring the same kind of scholarship, so to speak, to the implementation of a strategic plan, I think we'll have a district you can be really proud of. So I'm going to pass it on to Rose to take us through the details. Thank you. I'm good.
Okay, okay. Laura, are you pulling up our slides? Or Jose is pulling up? Can you pull up this slide? Perfect. Awesome. As Mutu mentioned, we just appreciate being part of your story in developing the strategic plan. It's been a long process, as Mutu mentioned. I'll talk briefly about the process, just making sure that we're kind of all grounded in the process that we took and how we got to where we are, and then we'll go into the details of the strategic plan, which I know you have a hard copy of in front of you and you're excited to look at it. That's why we bring them. So just to start, if you could go to slide 3. This is just kind of an anchoring graphic that we use. I know that you all have seen it, but just to ground us in one more. Kind of the approach that we take. It's just that we like to anchor our process in this slide where the primary purpose of planning is for alignment. And the way that we like to support alignment is through conversation and discussion, especially of those diverse voices, right? And as we have those conversations and we unpack those big ideas, we can get closer towards that circle on the right where the arrows are moving in the same direction. And we can start to align our people, our processes, and our programs towards our common goals and our common vision for students. Next slide. So to do that well, we really encourage and support diverse voices at the table. One more. And one way that we do that is we have a series of teams, and those teams make up of you all were on a team, right? You also participated in other teams like the core planning team or the instructional focus team. We also bring in students. We had a student voice team. We bring in families at community forums as well as through surveys, and also participating on those teams. Talk with a lot of instructional folks. And I think something unique that we did here is the alignment team brought together like superintendents from our feeder districts and a lot of community members that were really engaged in the process. And I know that Bonnie talked about how you're partnering, but that's a really powerful tool that we hope that you all encourage. Like we encourage you to continue to develop, because that's a big deal, especially when you're a standalone high school district, that having that partnership with your community and bringing in those partner districts really help in shaping your vision and moving forward. So this is just a list of some of the teams that we had, and just one more slide and then we'll jump over. So some data on our process. It was a 9-month process. We started way back in September, 10 months if you count June. And we had over those 9 months, 37 planning sessions. And at those planning sessions, there were over 190 participants in those planning sessions alone. And over 100 hours of meetings. So that's a lot of people to bring together to really flush out the details of this plan. Once we had a good draft plan, it was somewhere around January when we opened up our surveys. And your surveys, it's pretty impressive that you had over 7,300 participants on those surveys, and that included the students. So something unique that was done here is trying to survey every single student on the components of the plan, as well as some of those baseline questions that we were thinking about including in the perception survey. So that's why that number is so big, is partially because you have a lot of students, but also you had a lot of families and community members participate in that survey. And so all of that's taken into consideration in this plan that we're bringing to you today. Do you have the other file open that we have? The 4-pager, or no? You don't have that one open? That's okay. You all have that in front of you. So then we'll have to do some jumping in this one. We will go to, if you go to slide 24. Some of the things that I'm skipping over in the complete plan, we included the data that the teams elevated as some of the high priority strengths and areas of concerns. Also, all team members' names are in the full plan. So if you go forward one more. And so the final plan is organized around these 3 circles. We always start with the students. And so something that can be really challenging in some strategic plans is that you kind of mix both ends and means, where you're talking about both kind of your strategies or your goals for adults as well as your goals for students. And we really encourage focusing on the outcomes for students first and getting really clear about those, so that as we talk about, okay, so what are we going to do in order to impact those data, we're clear about the data that we're trying to impact and the needle that we're trying to move. And so the first part of the plan is organized around student learning, and that includes the core values that you all worked on, as well as our promise statement, the portrait of the graduate, our goals for student success, the measures of student progress, and we were also able to get to the excellence targets, which are included in this full presentation, but not in your 4-pager. We then go and elevate instruction. And so we have some recommendations to strengthen the instructional core. That's in circle number 2, specifically around English and math, and also ELD. And then circle number 3 is about the infrastructure that we need to support that strong instruction, to support the outcomes that we want for kids. And that's going to include our signature strategies, the key actions, which start to articulate what steps we might take within those strategies, as well as the path forward. And so to start, and this is on the cover of your 4-pager, we'll start with student learning. If you could go forward to slide 29. Perfect. Is a really powerful promise statement, where all Sequoia Union High School students will belong, expand their worldview through diverse connections, and graduate ready to pursue their dreams. I think some of the presentations before today, like, definitely elicit some of these ideas. And it's just such a centering force to be able to promise this to our students moving forward. We have also articulated a portrait of a graduate, which you could think of as kind of your vision for students, right? What are our highest hopes when they leave our school district as seniors? What are the experiences that we hope have developed these areas for students? If you go to the next slide, please. And so it has 6 qualities. One of the qualities is that they are effective communicators and collaborators. They are responsible and resilient learners. They are civic-minded and community-centered. They have personal wellness. They are creative and adaptive critical thinkers, and they are post-secondary ready. So those 6 ideas are the big buckets, and then we've also articulated what we really mean by that in some of the attributes below. Next, we articulated the goals for student success. And again, the presentations before, I think, have started to elicit some of these ideas and some of the strategies that are already in place, and definitely some places to build on and continue to grow in. But goal number 1 is around safety, well-being, and connection. Goal number 2 is academic growth and mastery for all. And then goal number 3 is that our students are ready for a career, college, and life, right? So making sure that students feel safe and they're connected when they're here. They have that academic mastery, and they're also growing, and then they're ready for whatever comes next. And then the next series of slides begin to articulate what the measures are, like how will we know that we're making progress on each of these goals. And so I'm just going to highlight some of the big ideas. And so for goal number 1, we want to be able to understand students' feelings of physical and emotional safety, inclusion, their relationship with peers and staff, involvement in extracurricular and co-curricular ideas. These are some of the survey questions that we picked earlier, and then we were able to collect baseline data at the survey that was administered somewhere in the January, February range. So we do have some baseline data that we can begin to learn from. Measure 1B is the increase in regular attendance, and then 1C is that decrease in overall suspension rates and disproportionality. I think the next 2 slides go into the excellence target. So this is getting into the nitty gritty, right? So I really want to celebrate and commend your team, right? And I think Liz was on the team and Diana and Bonnie working really hard to begin to think about what kind of metrics might we use, what's our baseline data, and what might be those targets for year 3. I'm not going to go into this in detail, but you have it there for reference. And then one more. So for goal number 2, academic growth and mastery for all, we're looking at a growth and proficiency in their academic subjects, participation and success in advanced and specialized programs, as well as increasing that reclassification rate. So just highlighting not just, proficiency, but also the growth. I think that was something that was really important on the teams, as well as success and participation in these different programs. And then you can see on the next 2 slides, again, those excellence targets, our baseline data, lots of stuff in there about how we'll begin to know we're making progress. And then lastly, goal 3, readiness for college, career, and life. So we're hoping to see an increased percentage of 10th graders that are on track for graduation, right? So that's really that leading indicator so that we know how we're doing before they get to 3B, which is an increase in A to G completion rates and also graduation rates. And then 3D, increased enrollment in college and industry certification. So beginning to think about how are we monitoring that and increasing those numbers over time. So this is all circle number 1, again, getting really clear about what do we want for kids, so that as we begin to talk about the strategies and the ways that we want to impact these data, that we can directly tie them to our outcomes for students. And so in the next couple of slides, we have the instructional effectiveness, and we use a tool that we call the Strengthening the Instructional Core, which is the SAIS. I'm not going to go over this in detail, but what I want to share with you is that the team worked really hard to kind of evaluate and take stock in where are our instructional programs and what might be the recommendations and standards, curriculum, assessment, instruction, intervention, our materials, and also the professional development in order to move the needle specifically in English language arts, in mathematics, and in ELD. So on the next slide, you can see, for example, the recommendations for mathematics around the standards, again, assessment, curriculum, so on and so forth. The next one would be for English language arts, right? So what do we recommend we should be doing to move the needle in regards to interventions or instruction? And then lastly, ELD. So lots of really strong recommendations in order to think about how might we move the needle in those areas. And then the last part of the plan is the infrastructure. And so what our teams have been able to articulate are 8 strategies. The strategies are not goal specific because they actually cut across multiple goals. And so we can go over a couple. So strategy 1 is on the next slide. The print on my paper is just way too small. So I keep thinking I know it and I can read it, but it's just too small. If you can go to the next slide, please. There you go. Signature strategy 1 is high impact research-based teaching practices. You can see how that would support specifically goals 2 and goals 3. Strategy 2, participation in advanced coursework. Strategy 3 is system of targeted academic supports. A focus on strong relationships and student interests. That's something that we've heard a lot about tonight. So there's obviously a lot to build on there. Formalized supports for emotional, behavioral, mental, and physical health. Again, your wellness centers, I think, is a great bright spot, something to grow on. Accelerated language acquisition for English learners. Strategy 7, the hiring, placement, and professional development of teachers, leaders, and staff. And then lastly, parent communication, education, and networking. That's one that came specifically right as we began to bring the plan out. The community was really asking for a strategy around parent communication and how we're supporting their understanding of what's going on, but also helping them network and connect with the school and the school community. And so that's why we included this strategy here. The pages that follow go into detail about some of those key actions. So you can kind of read into those and what are some of the steps that we would take in order to implement these strategies. I will end just kind of this presentation and take your comments and questions. If you could go one back. So from here, you know, in order to, now that you've kind of developed the plan, and I know that you're going to be adopting it later this month or discussing or adopting it later this month. Our kind of recommendation for the path forward and how you might begin to implement your plan is consider how you might share your strategic plan, both internally and externally. So thinking about how you want to build support and engagement around the plan. And then begin to articulate that step-by-step roadmap for implementing the strategic plan, right? How are we really going to begin to put these in place? What might be our priorities in year one in order to move the needle in some of those key areas? I know that the LCAP is, you know, worked on or adopted already. I'm not sure where you are in the process, but begin to align those school improvement and department annual action plans now that we're kind of in that summer. Begin to align those to the strategic plan so it's clear, again, what outcomes are we trying to impact and what strategies are we beginning to use in order to have that impact. And then create a framework for what we call the vital signs scorecard, but really it's your dashboard of your measures, right? How do we know that we're making progress on these areas? You have a great dashboard already, right? So how do we actually, you know, maybe have an area that we can begin to articulate progress on goal 1, progress on goal 2, progress on goal 3, and be able to really check in on our progress. And so I want to thank you for your time and also for giving us this opportunity to work with your team.
Okay, thank you. Oh, sorry. Thank you so much. I neglected to do public comment at the beginning, so we're going to take 10 minutes of public comment. So I'm waiting for folks to put up their hands. Right, Laura? I didn't do public comment, right? Or did I? So we're going to do 10 minutes of public comments. I'm going to close it out. And so we have one public comment, and that's Edith Salvatore.
I was
3
lucky.
minutes. 3 minutes. Hold on.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Do we have a timer? Okay. We're waiting for the timer, Edith.
All right.
I appreciate you following the process. All right, you can go.
I wanted to say that I was able to participate in the instructional focus group in the development of the strategic plan, and I was really impressed by the leadership that Rose Mutui brought to the process, but that they did not create the strategic plan. They very much guided us to find what was important to us and did a masterful job of bringing together what the various groups said and finding where our Venn diagrams overlapped and really focusing on those areas that resonated with all the groups that were participating. You know, I was not involved the last time that the district went through I think they called it at the time a visioning process many superintendents ago. And so I'm very excited about seeing how the district uses this as a truly a guiding document that we can refer back to so that everybody involved with the district will know what it is we hope to do, how we hope to do it, and importantly, how we're going to measure that success. So I just want to say kudos all around for the process, and I'm very impressed with what we came up with.
Thank you so much, Edith. Now I'm going to turn it over to the team if you guys have any comments. You ready? Go ahead.
First, I'm wondering if there's 3 goals, safety, well-being, academic growth, and readiness for college and career, or career, college, and life. Can you talk about how the order was selected to put those? Like why academics isn't first?
Yeah, there was a lot of conversation around that. I mean, you know, there was a lot of conversation back and forth about which one should go first and which one should go second. Graphically, that's partially why we designed it with the circles in mind. I know it's not graphically in a circle on this page, but we were trying to allude here that order doesn't as much matter, because that's what we were hearing from the community. There was both a call for one to be first or another to be first. And so it sounds like they're all equal in weight. You may decide something different later, but that's where that graphic of the circle kind of came in. I know that numbers 1, 2, and 3 can communicate importance of 1, 2, and 3. But at least design wise, we were trying to communicate kind of in a circular manner that they're all working together. They're all important.
When you say we, who was in on that decision?
I mean, the teams were part of it. This conversation was definitely one I remember at the community forums where it was discussed as to which one came first, and there were people on both sides as to readiness should go first, or safety should go first, or academics should go first. That came up at a lot of the community forums, as well as the core planning team and the instructional focus team. We being coming back to the superintendent's team and us kind of beginning to put the pieces together and say, let's design it as a circle so that we can say that they're all important. There was no clear front runner as to which one should be first.
Which one would be number 1?
Yeah.
Okay, I think that's something we might possibly think about. And then the second question, I believe the state dashboard offers some sort of a career readiness indicator that's determined by the state. Was that considered and rejected as one of our indicators, or not considered?
No, I think actually when we go into the excellence targets,
I'm just looking at the,
yeah, so the measures are what do we want to look at, or what do we want to begin to show progress in? And that's the level that our teams are getting to. Then once we've decided what do we care about, what do we want to monitor, we have to then kind of take it in and say, what metrics do we have to measure that? And if you look at the excellence targets in the full plan, you'll see that the career and college indicators are a metric that we're using right now. We might, in 2 years, find a better metric. And so then we might switch that out, but it's still to monitor the increased enrollment in college and industry certification, right? It's still to say, how are we doing in this area, which is a little broader than the metric, right? Because the metric might change as we get better tools. The career and college readiness indicator you'll see is in the excellence targets, right? I think that's currently what's named as the metric that we'll use to monitor. Is that 1D?
It says for target, so for the career and college, so let's target year 3. So listen, it is on here. It says move up 2 colors on the dashboard for the academic engagement indicator for graduation. That's a part of readiness for college, career, and life. 3A. I have the big one.
It's in the full plan. Yeah, the one that's in your hand is like meant to be the Reader's Digest, kind of the one that is public facing. It's easy to understand and comprehend. Then you have your full plan, which goes into detail, and you can begin to get into those weeds of like, what is the metric that we're using? That's going to be in this full plan.
Okay, does anybody else? Carrie?
Were you asking that question because you're not crazy about that order? Is that why you were asking it? Because for me, it's a perfect order. If kids are not attending, they're not going to achieve academically. If kids are really sick, like.
I understand you could argue that too. I'm just want to make sure that we thoughtfully chosen not to put academics as first. That's all.
You agree that they're not showing up, they're not going to learn, right?
Okay, guys. I just want to give clarification. I was at the Ravenswood site, when they did, oh, you were there too. This was a whole discussion. You remember, it was a whole debate, half and half, like, just like our beautiful community, we're all very different.
Right.
And what came out of it that I thought was pretty interesting, because I was
Not clear on what you're saying. What was the
at the
debate?
Ravenswood, we actually talked about what Rich was talking about, like what
What
order,
goes first?
what goes first. It's a big discussion, actually. Because depending on what community you come from, you have different ways. And so what a person said who was an artist, you remember her? She said, I want to say she was French or something, and she goes to school in Ravenswood. She's Spanish, from Spain. Yeah, she was from Spain. And she was saying, this is so good. It should really be in a circle because it needs to be personalized. And so some people will be attracted to academics. Some people will be attracted to college and career. Some people will be, and then she says, depending on the student and how they grow, because we know the brains aren't fully developed until 26, is that whatever it is, maybe freshman year, I'm just trying to fit in. But then maybe my sophomore year, I shift to this. But by the time I get to my junior year, you're applying for college, now that's more of an interest, right? Or I'm trying to figure out what my career will be after I leave school. So it is this ups and flow. It's not a either or, it's not a black and white, it's not a they or this. It actually ups and flows. And so I think that's what development is all about, that depending on where you are in your development, what your family feels, some things are going to be more important. Personally, as a social worker, I think for Maslow hierarchy, let's start with the basics. Do you belong? Do you feel claimed? Do you feel like you're connected? That actually is very universal. It's not specifically to one community or another, or one student or another. We hear it all the time in a variety of ways. So I want to say that. So I want to honor what you're saying. And I think going to the different, which I tried to do, is go to different ones so I can hear what people were saying and then what people were telling me individually. So what you are saying is that our community is vastly diverse.
Yes.
And so the question is, how do we do a graphic artist that represents all of it? It is the circle. That's why you have these circles here. So I think you did the best that you could with the varying opinions in one room, right?
They did present circles and I said I need something different.
Okay.
It didn't quite flow. It didn't quite flow. So then I was very pleased with when Performance Fact came up with kind of like a meet in the middle to show their connection through the circle, but visually it just fits the page and a little bit better.
Does anybody else have anything? I was just responding before I move on. I wanted to thank you for mentioning that. I want to talk about, thank you for listening to the community. In one community, they talked about parent communication, education, and networking, all various levels and kind of where families are coming from, what they need. And they were like, that was missing. And so I was like, oh, wow, that's huge. Graphically, can I just say something graphically? First of all, this is beautiful. I don't know who did it, but there are no children who are representative with children with special needs on here.
Got it.
And so that gives a silent message that we don't want to give. So I don't know how to do that. And I don't know if the adult school is included in this. Okay. So I don't have to worry about that. But I do want to say our different kinds of learners that are out there, they really need to be represented in the paperwork. So if I am a parent, what someone said to me, if I'm going to apply for a district or if I'm going to send my kid to the school, they're going to look for their kid on the website. They're going to look for them in the paperwork. They're going to look for them. And so if you're silently don't put something there, they said it's not a place for me because they're already dealing with stigma or racism or whatever ism that's out there, or just simply people don't see beyond what's internal or things that is not based off a characteristic. So I just want to put that out there. Any other questions, comments?
And we'll take a look through the full plan as well.
Okay.
I know that comment was directed at the 4-pager, but we'll do the full.
Mhm.
We'll look through the full as well.
Yeah, and I just want to thank my colleagues. We actually got core values.
Yeah, you
So
did.
I appreciate that. I know we were the last group to get ours together. It took us 3 meetings, so we do represent the community, vastly different. So thank you so much.
Originally, the recommendation was 4 and we couldn't get it down to 4, so we have 6.
That's okay. You have what you have, and that's what you need. That's right. And they all, I wasn't able to speak to the core values in the presentation, but all of these, I was listening to the presentations before, like hit on every single one of these in some way, shape, or form in your presentations and the way that you all talk about the work. So they feel the right, like
Yeah.
the right core
And
values.
thank y'all for the promise. I feel belonged.
Yeah. You all helped with that.
That's
That
right.
was the other part of your work was helping us craft that promise statement. So
Yeah,
thank
your
you.
3 meetings will get you there. Thank you so much. We are now gonna do
I
public.
just said point of clarification. So this is the draft. It will come back for final adoption at the June 26th meeting.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. All right, we're gonna do discussion item presentation on SUHSD proposed budget for 24-25.
Another point of order, let's go ahead and extend past 10 o'clock. Yes, it's 9:51. It is definitely not 8:53.
I was like, wow, we're making good time. Can we extend the time? A motion to extend?
We have to approve the budget or we're not gonna be able to pay
I move
anybody.
to extend.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
We extended. It's a conflicting message. Okay, let's go. We're gonna open it up for public comment. Thank you all so much for coming and staying with us. Any public comments? All right, you can go ahead and start presenting. Edith, do you have your hand up still?
I have it up again.
You doing public comment now?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and do your public comment.
I wanted to first of all congratulate Christine on her crystal ball because the property tax revenue at the beginning of the week was at 4.94%. So that 5% that she's been sticking to is bearing out, and we're very happy to see that. One of the reasons that I wasn't sure about the public hearing or not is that you did have a public hearing in 15.5 for excess reserves, but I assume it's just going to be part of the budget presentation here. There isn't a separate item to discuss that. And I was concerned about that because the state of California says that you have to have a 3% reserve, and also says that you should not have beyond 3 times that, or in the materials in the background there, 10%. And while there's some lovely ways that you can assign money and put money in potential buckets, I think it's really important for the trustees to look that while the district did deficit spend last year, it did not spend down anywhere near to the 10% reserve, nor would this budget get anywhere near that. That is the public's money that the public is entrusting to the district to do the work of supporting and educating our students. And so I think it's very important that the board not lose track of the fact that every year when there is money that drops down, that is unspent, drops down as the ending budget, that it's not something to pat yourselves on the back about, that you're building a war chest there or something. It's not like planning for your retirement future. This is money that is supposed to be spent on our students. And if our ending balance grows, that means we are failing to spend the money on our students. So I hope that that I trust Christine's numbers, beautiful presentation, and I always trusted the numbers that came before from Crystal. I really hope that the board will look carefully at what those numbers say. Thank you.
You ready, Christine? Thank you, Edith.
So tonight's 24-25 budget presentation, Benita and I will give an overview of the May revise and update on the current year's budget, our budget assumptions that we use to build the 24-25 budget and our multi-year projections, other funds, and next steps. This is a reminder of our budget cycle. During April and May, Benita and I are very busy. We update the current budget based on actuals through May, and we work on the following year's budget based on information from the May revise. Key highlights from the May revise. The state is operating with a deficit of $27.6 billion and includes funding the COLA at 1.07%. The governor has recommended solution to close the gap by withdrawing from the Prop 98 reserve, also referred as the rainy day funds, and just recently announced a deal with CTA, which includes deferrals, which means pushing out the June apportionments to July. For us, the deferrals won't impact us. It will impact some districts because of cash flow, but our cash position is very strong, so we won't need to issue any TRAN. So before we talk about next year's budget, I wanted to talk about where we will end the year, We are projecting the unrestricted ending fund balance to increase by $441,000. And that is due to additional revenue of $877,000, adjustment of expenditures, including transfer out to reflect actuals through May. For the restricted budget, we are projecting ending fund balance to increase by $1.2 million. And that is due to $4.1 million of additional revenue and adjustments of expenditures, including transfers out, reflecting actuals through May. On the next few slides, Benita will give an overview of the assumptions we use to build the budget.
Thank you, Christine. Good evening, everyone. This slide shows the budget assumptions that we use to build our 24-25 and the 2 out years budget. Enrollment for Sequoia and EPAA are projected to remain flat in the 24 and the 2 subsequent year. We will closely monitor EPA enrollment, and any decline in enrollment will require additional support from the general fund. I would also like to highlight 2 assumptions in the multi-year projections. They are PERS employers rate and health and welfare cost increases. PERS employer rate continues to increase, and governor's May revised budget did not address pension rate increases. At second interim, we were projecting health and welfare costs to increase by 5% annually, but based on the new premium information, health and welfare costs will increase by 6.7% each year. This slide reflects the property tax estimate in the current year, the budget year, and 2 subsequent years. Year-to-date estimates are based on P2 data from April 2024. We will not have the final number till August when the annual report will be certified. For the 24, 25, and 2 subsequent year, we have used the current year as base rate and projected 5% increase in secured property taxes annually. Throughout the year, we closely monitor the property tax activity. And as of last Monday, Assessment Roll Tracker was projecting property tax growth for our district at 4.92% for 24-25. This slide reflects charter in lieu transfer to the charter schools that the district makes. Charter in lieu transfer is projected to increase slightly in the budget and 2 out years, and that is mainly due to the increase in COLA percentage. COLA for 24-25 is at 1.07%. In 25-26, it will increase to 2.98%, and in 26-27, it is projected to increase to 3.08%. We have used the ADA for the charter school based on P2 attendance information. We will be closely monitoring their enrollment and taking a closer look on the census day and what they project in their adopted budget. With that, I'll pass it back to Christine.
So this is a snapshot of the 24-25 budget. The budget reflects a combined revenue of $241 million and expenditures of $237 million. The unrestricted general fund is projected to deficit spend $1.3 million, which reduces the ending fund balance by the same amount. The restricted general fund is projected to deficit spend by $2.8 million, and that is mainly due to spending down the remaining one-time dollars. For the proposed budget, we project our combined ending fund balance to be $50.9 million. So on the next slide, I will talk about the components of ending fund balance. The breakdown for the projected ending fund balance for the current year, $422,500 is non-spendable. $19.5 million is reserved for restricted funds. $9 million has been assigned, and those assignments went to vacation liabilities, the basic aid uncertainty because of the Genentech settlement. Inflation of $1 million has been set aside. We've set aside $250,000 for benefits. Programs funded from one-time funds, we set aside $3 million. And we anticipate that the charter school and child nutrition will need the general fund support, and that we set aside $750,000. And also there's $2 million set aside for special ed settlements. And our total reserve is 8%, reserve for economic uncertainty. The state requirement is 3%, but per our board policy is to maintain the reserves at 8%. I'll talk about, let me. For the 24-25 year, for the assignments, $422,500 is non-spendable, $16.7 million on the restricted balance. So you can see that we're spending down the one-time funds. $9.8 million of assignments, which includes the $1.5 million for the co-curricular stipends that we talked about earlier. And we have 19.6 million for the economic uncertainty set aside. So this is an outlook of our multi-year projection. For revenue, the federal, state, and local revenue remains flat. The general purpose or LCFF increases by the 5% property tax growth, which is roughly $10 million a year. For expenditures, salaries include the cost of step and column, the increase of benefits, including the retirement and our health and welfare projection. Supplies and services are increased by the CPA amount. As of now, for 25, 26, and 26, 27, we are projecting a surplus. For 25, 26, the ending fund balance increases by $4.1 million. And for 26, 27, the ending fund balance on the unrestricted side increases by $8.7 million. Our current budget and multi-year projections do not include any settlements through with the bargaining units. So any sort of settlements that we have with the bargaining units will impact our financial picture. This is the summary of our other funds, and we are projecting a positive ending fund balance. I wanted to focus on Fund 13 and Fund 40. We've transferred in $3.2 million, and that's from the RDA money that the general fund receives on an annual basis. So looking ahead, for our next meeting is approval of the 24-25 LCAP and budget. The state should have a final budget at the end of June, and in September, we will bring back our unaudited actuals. Any questions or comments?
Any questions or comments, Rich?
You mentioned that we're not going to need you don't project needing a TRAN for the upcoming academic year. Did we need one this year?
For the 23-24 year, yes, we had one in the
So
beginning.
will this be the first year in a long time that we didn't need one? So what is the level of reserve that we need to not need a TRAN? I know. Oh, sorry, I thought you were telling me.
So the rule of getting a TRAN is by the end of the year. So June 30th, you have to have positive cash, right? That's the way San Mateo County works it. There has been several discussions in the county and then also with our district if we have to get a TRAN because that's the rule versus in other counties, if you fall negative cash in a month, then you have to get a TRAN. So last year, Christine and I continued to look into it as Trustee Ginn, like we have also talked about in previous years, if we would have to be able to get a TRAN. And then now that we have also acquired an additional brilliant brain from the county, Ms. Benita, we do not need to get a TRAN moving forward.
So the low cash points like still October, November?
Mm-hmm.
And
Still in
they're letting us get through that now, providing June. Is that a new thing?
No,
No, it's
it's
with
just
San Mateo, you can have negative cash through the
throughout. You just
months,
have to have
but
positive at June 30th. So we're
So
we're
prior,
doing what we've been allowed to be able to do.
prior years, we were extra conservative by taking out TRANs.
Sure.
Okay.
A TRAN is when you have to borrow cash.
Tax revenue anticipation note. You borrow money in advance of receiving your taxes.
Transfusion of cash. Principal Buckland, thank you.
And I just want to make sure, I think I saw as the projection before any salary increases would be a $4 million spending of the general reserve in the upcoming year. Is that what I saw on the 24-25? Did I see a negative 4 million?
But the budget does not include
No.
any
But is it,
settlements.
what's the projected change in ending fund balance if the settlement were zero, which I know it won't be? But I just thought, can you put back up the 24-25 projection? Maybe I miss
The projection or
this one.
yes.
So the net increase, decrease in the combined 24-25, where it says negative $4,165,416. That amount is before any increases in compensation?
Correct.
Okay. So I do want to comment, I do think that we do have, as Edith pointed out, higher reserves than required. And we do want to have some amount of spend down, but we can't, if we spend down too fast, then we might risk not being able to stop spending down as the reserve shrink. So it's just trying to find that right balance.
Well, as you, on the multi-year projection on the 24-25, at the bottom, you can see where our reserves levels are. So for 24-25, it's at 9.76. And
That's
that's
assuming no raises as of right now.
correct.
Yeah,
So-
which we know isn't, I mean, we don't want that to happen. I'm just pointing out, yeah, I'm agreeing with our speaker that we do want to spend down the reserves, but just also commenting that we don't want to spend them down too fast, because then you can't stop the negative spend in the out years if you go too fast. So it's just trying to find that right balance.
It will be very telling when we get the final increases for property taxes. Because we've just never had a prior year to be able to compare to what we are seeing this year with our property taxes. I mean, still, the fact that we come in at 5% is wonderful. But it's definitely adjustment from what the district is used to seeing over the past, 8 to 10 years.
Thank you. This is, this is, just a discussion item, so it's not action. All right, thank you so much. Presentation for East Palo Alto Academy on the LCAP and the LCFF local indicators. Are there any questions regarding this? Any public comments? My computer shut down. Hold on.
There are no comments.
No comments. Okay.
Good
Take it
evening.
away, Amika.
Good evening, everyone. I'm sad Bonnie's not before me, so I can just say ditto. And we could go home. Good evening, Board, Superintendent, Cabinet. I'm going to show you a little bit of a snapshot of the LCAP. I know you've seen this year we get 2. How exciting. We get the annual review and the new one, and the local indicators, et cetera, et cetera. So this is a beautiful picture of a family that has quite the story. We're very proud of Quintaya. She's one of those presidential honorees for her hundreds of hours of service. This is a beautiful picture from graduation. So thank you again to Trustee Koo, President Stevenson, and Superintendent Leach for joining us on this exciting day. First and foremost, I know the state always wants to know about how we engaged our stakeholders. For us, stakeholders are primarily, of course, staff and teachers, and of course, the parents and the students. I thought it'd be fun to see a little bit of what we did with the families. This is an actual slide from an SSC ELAC meeting. We try to parse it out so a different goal gets introduced every month. This is the one in March, goal number 4 about promoting school community. This is from our Easter egg hunt that we do for the community in the quad. And this is the question we asked the families to reflect upon. We then had them dig a little deeper and fill out a survey, even though we do a lot of surveys. This I thought would give you a little bit of kick at 10:15 p.m. If you look up carousel with bulldogs, they actually exist. And so, because the carousel was the interactive activity we did, I thought I'll kick it off with a picture of a bulldog carousel, and it actually exists. And a carousel for a teacher, it just means that you carousel in rounds and look at feedback. And I just wanted you to see that when we talk about getting feedback from the teachers, we do very deliberately design for that. So this is an example of the feedback carousel for goal number 1. More important for us this evening at this late hour is the impact it's going to have moving forward. And so we first and foremost, thank you, especially to Vanita and Christine and Crystal before them. We could not have EPA were it not the support of the district, period. So we thank you for that. We are so grateful for the back office support. As some of you may know, 9 years ago, it was actually Stanford doing all the back office, which was chaotic at best. Again, I love Stanford. I just don't think they should be running a public school when it comes to the ins and outs. I also want to thank SDTA and AFSCME because I do believe that I am leaving a fully staffed, knock on wood, I have one more person to make it through HR. Fully staffed school in a time when there's a decrease in teachers available who are fully credentialed, and is purely because of those raises. I have no doubt about that, especially working in a district across the fence that was about 20% less. And it just feels so good. It feels so good to look at a pile of teachers who are qualified and say, I must find the best for my students. And to be able to do that, I don't take lightly and I don't take for granted. So I know that not only do we exist because of Sequoia Union High School District and all of you good people, we provide an excellent education because of that. So thank you, because it matters. It matters deeply. We, of course, as Christine and Vanita mentioned, we need to very carefully monitor enrollment and continue to do the kind of enrollment activities. My husband has spent hours on AI, developing a new song and video for us to post because he thinks it's going to be recruitment magic. I think it's a cheesy hip hop song that he made, but that's all right. It's very cute. So we're pulling out all the technology. We're not giving up on enrollment. We still have some space that we want to fill, and that is what allows us to have the master schedule we want, the offerings, and as you mentioned, electives matter to students quite a bit, and so that's what we want to be able to do. Goal number 2 is about student achievement. Now, this one's a tricky one for us. I think first and foremost, it's amazing that we have 14-year veterans asking for curriculum and instruction PD. The post-pandemic student makes all of us feel like a first-year teacher. And so we're going to bring back the kind of PD we had with Kelly Smith and Enid Lee minus the expense. I don't know how we're doing that, but that's a plan. Maybe digging deep into what we have in our internal resources. We are going to start meeting with Ravenswood Middle School, otherwise known as CCRMS, on a monthly basis, because articulation has to happen. You can't make magic, even though we have 73% starting below algebra readiness, and we managed to graduate them and they managed to persist in college. It's not enough. It doesn't feel right. So we're going to, through the Road to Legendary, when we have the takeover of our campus for an hour and a half, we're going to have a team of students go and volunteer at CCRMS and take one department with them because they need a driver and so you'll see those field trip requests coming through. And that's going to be our way to do the articulation. I think it'll go a long, long way. We actually hosted a lunch for CCRMS, and already we had teachers excited about working with us more closely. We need to get even deeper involved in our local CBOs and make sure, in my dream, it's every EPA student has a CBO that works with us to be able to offer that extra tutoring, that extra academic support, because we really can't do more learning unless you do more hours of learning. So that's what we need to commit to. And everyone's talking about mandatory study halls. So that's on the docket too. Because at the end of the day, we can have all these big dreams about pushing our students in rigor, but if we don't make the time and make the resources, it's not going to happen. And so these are some of the creative ways we've thought of that will have no impact on the budget. We have our graduate profile, as you know, that drives the work that we're doing. And so we want to, as mentioned on the bottom, really design for the graduate profile and make sure we do these interconnected projects, because it's not just the rigor, it's also the culturally relevant and responsive and interesting for a bigger picture for the students. Here's some more examples of some of the feedback circles that we did, trying to get to what we want to see for next year. You've seen this before. Our impact is still felt, and we can see that we're doing good work, but it's still too low, right? That graph is starting right above 40% for language arts. That's terrible. This is way below 20% for math. Yes, we're showing positive impact, especially vis-a-vis what they're experiencing at some of the other schools. It's still, we have a lot of work to do. Goal number 3, ELL. We are so grateful to Vicky and her PD team, Salvador Calonge. If you've not seen her work, it's amazing. It's absolutely amazing. I share her work with everyone and give her credit. She does this student-to-student talk series that's inspiring, so we want to make sure more teachers are doing that. We want to make sure more teachers are doing the constructing meeting, and we need to prioritize in our master schedule a 0.4 for our bilingual resource teachers. She was doing ongoing professional development, co-teaching, co-planning. You could give her a deck and say, can you help this be better understood by our ELLs? And she'll just go and
sprinkle it with her magic, and all of a sudden it has all the visuals, all the language supports. We just need to make sure she has the time to do that. Currently, she's a 0.2, even though we hired her for a 0.4 because we needed another English class. And so this is where the numbers game comes into play, but it is something we are aspiring to. Goal number 4 is around school community connectedness. Again, school clubs and electives, can't get enough of that. That's that 9th grade plan you saw. Road to Legendary, which I've reported on before, continue that. All of our CBOs said they'll still do it with us, increase by more. Oh, and if I could get that video, Arthur, I would love to share it with them as a sort of a love letter / thank you. So they all committed to doing it again next year. YMCA is not only going to do swimming, they're also going to do fitness. And so on. So not only are they committing to taking over the school and giving more electives once a month, they're adding an extra month and adding more electives. So I'm excited for that. We want to find a way to build in more time for teachers during their preps to do the parent and guardian outreach, and just continue the work we do to build a healthy culture so kids will want to come to school, want to give back, and just really live out our vision. Something I'm really proud of is, I don't know if you know this, but because we don't like to rest on our laurels in education, ASCA stands for American School Counselor Association. Their standards were updated again in 2021. That's what drives our advisory curriculum. I'm so proud of our teachers. They did 3 release days and they've updated our advisory curriculum to reflect the new standards. I did not ask them to do this. They did this on their own. They want to make sure things are relevant and up to date. And so these are the old standards, these are the new standards, and the work that we're doing to align on a rubric so we can do standards-based grading and we can have our benchmarks aligned. So this looks like a lot of fancy stuff. It's because it is. And I'm very proud of the teachers for taking it to the next level, knowing that we want to make sure things are timely and make sense. So this is again part of that piece of the puzzle which distinguishes EPAA is making time for the ASCA standards in the day for all students. Curriculum that has to do with SEL and college and career readiness is out there. It's just not built into the schedule, but at EPA it is. And this is how they do it. And I'm very proud of the team to continue that work. So this is some of the share out that they did after their release day. I'm sharing it with you here so you can see that we're putting I would say our money where our mouth is, but that was also something that we did with very minimal expense because there's not much money these days, and we're trying to be very conservative because of the tough spot we're in. Goal number 5, last but not least, now this is the tricky one, it's around college and career readiness. Because depending on the year, 45 to 55% of our students go to community college or career tech. We built up that consortium that continues to meet, and they want to meet again next year. I'm so proud of our team being that place for the community. We have all the community colleges represented, Job Train and other organizations like Job Train, and they come to EPAA once a month. And I thought for sure after this year they'd kind of be over it, and they said, when are we meeting again? All of them. I was so excited because it shows that there's a need. People want to be together, and when the meeting's done, they actually still hang out chit-chatting and almost have to kick them out because we have a school to run. So, but it's just nice to know that we're serving a purpose in the community for students who need this kind of expansion and helping our adults do that better. So the other thing we're doing is because we have so many more scholars in university and the foundation pays for our senior seminar teacher, they're going to pull a 0.2 so he can continue to do coaching of the scholars in college because their team is getting a little tight. We're kind of doing half and half. Next year's a WASC year, so they're gonna share that he's doing part WASC coordinator and part 0.2 for the foundation. So that's where we want things to go, right? More kids in university. This is to be able to do apples to apples. This is the cohort that we have from 21-22, the universities they are, the list of universities they are, and it's because of the work we do to graduate A through G readiness, which, by the way, we still keep in our LCAP because you cannot even pass the Barber exam that has elements of math and chemistry if you are not A through G ready. So all of my little rascally children who say, I don't need to go to school because I'm going to go be a barber or I'm going to be an electrician, I say, hold up. You still need to sign up for something because there is a math exam. And I just feel like the more we know how important the A through G is. So that's why we decided to keep it in this language because frankly, It's part of being high school ready. It's not about university ready. It's graduating ready for life is what the high school is for. It's not just for university, it's for everything. And so that's a measure that we still stand by. So all of this to say, thank you and gracias. And are there any questions?
You. Do we have any feedback? Rich? Yes.
I'm really intrigued by what you just said about the A through G and the barber exam. They
Yes.
need everything A through G to be able to take it, or they just need a certain one or two classes within the A through G? So it's
We
possible
just-
to not have all the A through G and still take a barber test, or if you didn't have all of it, you couldn't do
They
it?
don't care about your A through G, but intellectually, if you can't get a C or higher in the A through G curriculum, you're going to struggle. Period. And so people tend to distinguish the two and say, oh, I don't need to be A through G because I'm going to be a barber. No.
Couldn't you have like A, B, and G and miss D
Sorry,
and
let me
E or whatever?
explain.
Like,
Our
I don't know what
master
each letter
schedule-
is, but I'm just,
Our master schedule means that every student has access to A through G, period. Because if they do not, they're not going to be ready for the future. Whereas many high schools will have an A through G route and they'll have an alternative route. That is the minimal requirements for graduation. We're going to continue to stand by creating a master schedule that means A through G for everyone because we know it's needed. So if they want to become a barber, we know that we're sending forward someone who's going to be able to be articulate, who can do the marketing, who can pass the math exam. That's what we mean. It's the well-rounded student. And how do we measure the well-rounded student? Access to A through G, and A through G, C or higher is the goal. Even though 45% of our kids don't need it, technically, we believe they do. Does that make sense?
it does. I have something I'm going to talk about during the graduation requirements section that directly relates. So I just want to get your thoughts on it.
Okay.
Any other questions? Yeah,
I have a comment. Oh, I'll go after you.
Amika, this is your last meeting.
I have to come back in 2 weeks so you can vote for us.
Oh, okay. Well,
So I'll be
this is
back
a
in my Hawaiian
pre-last
shirt. I
meeting.
think
This
that's
is
the
a
theme.
pre-last meeting. I just want to, I wanted to experience your graduation before I left, and I just want
Oh.
to say thank you for allowing me to be there amongst the peeps.
Of course.
One of my kiddos from my elementary school was screaming for me. I'm like, who is that out there? I thought it was for one of the graduates. I was like, no, he was screaming for you. I'm like, really? Okay, so I was like, I'm not graduating. Scream for the kids. But just want to say thank you. I've been on your campus many times doing the presenting about the board and board works doing the government class, which I totally enjoyed. And this time I think it's called the expedition or whatever it's
Oh, the
called. That came.
exhibition.
What was it?
Defensive learning, the defensive learning
Yes, the
expedition.
defensive learning. That was phenomenal.
Mm.
And so I just want to appreciate a couple of the students came in and I was like, okay, because I'm pretty hard on kids. I'm nice, but I'm hard on kids. And just really enjoyed it. They were like, oh, I'm like, yeah, like you can do this. And so I just appreciate some of that. I think people don't know the magic of EPAA. And so I'm glad you're going to be focusing on recruitment. I would strongly say, start looking at St. Elizabeth, start looking at, we have like a few children at Nativity and some of the other schools because people are always looking for different routes. So don't just count on Ravenswood. There are other kids that are out there, and you can also recruit from Redwood City. So it is an opportunity to grow your school and do it in very meaningful ways. So I just want to thank you for a job well done. I know our communities is still looking at EPAA as their community school. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Crystal?
Yes, I just wanted to acknowledge, Amika, your service at the district. I've had the privilege of working with you for 5 years and seeing your leadership and always welcoming everyone to come to EPAA so that you could brag very much about your site. And she's always one of the loudest voices in the room for Principals Council and really any other meeting, and all in a good way. Just a fierce advocator for students. And that's just totally in your aura. So I just want to thank you for your service with our district.
I actually also would love to add on to that. I just want to say that working with you this past year has been an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much for being so supportive.
Oh, thank you. Thank you again for making sure some of our kids made it when they could. That made a big difference. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We appreciate you. We're going to move to the next item.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Do we need to take a break? All right, we need a 3-minute break. Go use the bathroom or something. All right. Kids, we are still here at 10:37 because we love the baby. Let's give ourselves a hand clap. Come on, y'all. We love the babies. We love the kids. So thank you all for your dedication and your late night hours. We do appreciate you. We have another topic, and that is the first reading of the administrative regulations, AR 5141.3, health examinations. Any public comments?
I have none.
Okay, please go ahead with your presentation. Thank you, Dr. Chacon.
All right, so as I have mentioned a couple times at previous board meetings, Student Services is looking through all of the 5,000 board policies. We have about 25 that need updating, currently 25-ish that need updating with CSBA language, and I'm trying to bring those forward in chunks that are digestible, but at the same time, not to get too far behind and stay up with the updates. So I am bringing 3 this evening, and the first of the 3 is the updates on the health examinations, and that's for hearing and vision, which are required examinations for our students. And it updates language, and they're talking about how the Budget Act for the current fiscal year, you can waive the requirements. That's not something we're going to be doing. We do health and hearing, I'm sorry, vision and hearing updates. And what it also adds is that with the vision updates, the eye examination specifically, that you can contract, and that's the piece of the language in red that's added there. And we also do contract with Vision to Learn. They bring a van out, they test all the students, and it just talks about giving parent notification for that and the ability to contract those services out. And that is that first update that we are plugging with CSBA language.
Are there any questions? Rich?
I'll just say, say this come back on consent next time unless others disagree. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Great. I appreciate that recommendation. The next one is, I think Rich is very excited about this. He has sat up, put his arms on the table. We ready to discuss. The first, I think it's a little too late. I'm starting to get a little too animated, but anyhow, first reading of the revised board policy 6146, high school graduation requirements. Any public comments?
We have 1 in person.
Oh, hi. Come on in, come on up.
I'd like to invite Beth to the podium.
Just Beth? Okay. Come on, Beth.
Beth,
We know you care about kids.
is it Beth Porter?
This is yes, Porter. This is a late night. I have a whole new appreciation for all of you. So really, thank you for being here. Yes, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Beth, and I'm here because my daughter Shane will be transferring to MA as a junior in the fall. Shane is transferring from a very small private school and looking forward to having more options, both educationally and socially at MA. That being said, transferring to a new school is overwhelming and became even more overwhelming recently after she learned that there are 9th grade MA requirement courses, not state required courses, that she will have to try and squeeze in somewhere into her already full schedule. While the idea may be well-intentioned, requiring extra courses of a transfer student is a tremendously unfair burden. As you can imagine, transferring to a new high school is already stressful. There will be a social adjustment period. It's going to take time to make new friends. It'll take time to learn the layout of the school, where classes are located. For Shane, academics will look very differently. She'll be going from a class size of 7 to 10 students to many, many more. The familiarity that she has developed over the last couple of years will be gone. And that is all exciting, but it's also challenging, scary, and it's going to take some time. It's my understanding that due to the points I mentioned regarding extra challenges for transfer students, MA has recently waived the Ethnic Studies course for all transfer students graduating in 2025.
I would like to ask that requirements outside of the scope of state requirements be waived for all transfer students graduating in my daughter's class, which is 2026, as well, and beyond if necessary. My daughter should not be punished because she's transferring from a high school where she followed all guidelines and took all state mandated classes in preparation for graduation. Additionally, Shane has taken 2 years of world history, and much of that curriculum overlaps with the ethnic studies curriculum. Shane's history and honors English teachers have written letters stating that she has studied African American, Native American, Asian American, and Latina American cultures and history. So not only would requiring her to take ethnic studies be an extra burden, but it would require her to retake coursework that she has already taken. Shane has worked incredibly hard to maintain a 4.0 GPA her freshman and sophomore years of high school, and her most rigorous year of academics is upon her as a junior. In addition to her studies, Shane recently tried out for and will be on the MA dance team, as well as competition dance team, and she will be a volunteer at Friendship Circle for Children with Special Needs. She's also planning to take math in summer school to move ahead, so I don't even know where she can fit in extra courses at this point. It is my hope that you will help to provide a welcoming, supportive environment so that she and other transfer students can reach their full potential. That can start with waiving additional 9th grade courses that are not state mandated so that their focus can be on their already full schedules, extracurricular activities, and just generally having the positive high school experience that they deserve to have. Please, please remember that these students who are transferring already have so many challenges. It is wholly unfair to.
I'm sorry, time is up.
Sorry, your 3 minutes are up. Yeah, just finish. Thank you so much. Thank you for staying. I hope your daughter knows you stayed for her.
Her mama's been.
All right, thank you so much. I'm going to turn it over to Bonnie Hanson.
All right, everyone, good evening again. The board has actually not waived the ethnic studies graduation requirement for students graduating next spring, but that proposal is before you this evening. It is an update to Board Policy 6146.1, high school graduation requirements. It is an 8-page document, but the recommended changes are on the first 2 pages of the document. We are recommending that ethnic studies for the class of 2025 graduation requirement be waived for any student who transferred into our district after 9th grade from a school that did not offer ethnic studies, reducing the social studies units requirement for these students to 30 units. And the reason for this recommendation is because ethnic studies is the sole graduation requirement that students are unable to take on online recovery. So it means that these students would have to go to in-person summer school. In-person summer school starts tomorrow. The first quarter, there is already an online class for, but I can assure you that it will make many, many next year seniors very happy if you decide, and I do recommend that we waive this requirement for them for the year to come, because I do think it is unfair for them to not have an opportunity to take a class that we are requiring unless they are in person when they have done what they needed to do in the classes since they have been with us. So there's one other change to this policy that is recommended, but it is a housekeeping change. And it is the fact that we need to update the board policy so that Redwood, their graduation requirements reflect the districts. We never updated the policy to show that their students needed ethnic studies in place of 5 units of world studies. So that is just a housekeeping item that we've talked about in the past that just hadn't been updated in this particular board policy. I am not bringing a recommendation before you this evening for future years and graduation requirements. I think that that requires more conversation and more input, but it doesn't mean that we cannot have that conversation or should not have that conversation next year. Just trying to take care of the issue right now that is time sensitive.
Thank you so much. Comments? I'm looking at you. Go on and go. I shouldn't say it. I'm tired. Rich, you should be able to talk. Thank you.
So first, I want to say thank you for how quickly this came together. I think it does solve a problem for, like you said, it is, I absolutely support voting yes on making these changes. But there are other things that I want to talk about with the graduation requirements since we have it on the agenda, not that.
Do you want me to answer questions?
I'm gonna make a statement more than have you answer questions, but, I think when I called you a few weeks ago and my initial suggestion was kind of more along with what our speaker said, that not to punish students who transferred if they did what was required wherever they are. They come to us, they have so much to do. It's already so much on the students. Don't add these other things because they followed all the rules wherever they were before, to the extent that our district does more or requires more in any subject. And I think you mentioned there were some others. So I personally would be interested in allowing students who transfer in to focus on what's normally required of students that year and not have additional requirements. And I understand you say it needs more discussion. I very much hope that we can have that discussion in the coming months. So that, to see how much of a solution we want to offer, whether the complete solution, but I personally am in favor of more of a complete solution. I also mentioned earlier during the 9th grade experience stuff that related to graduation requirements. And I just want to say, I'm not intending to imply that any current course is not very valuable. I think every course is valuable, but students can only take 24 to 28 classes in their entire, if they were to do 7 periods every year, they could take 28. And so there's just that limit. And so if a student didn't take, for example, PE, they would take some other class, and that other class would hopefully also have a lot of value. So they'd be choosing for them, does this PE class of very high value mean more to them than this other class of very high value? So I'm not trying to imply that any class is not very valuable, only that people may want to make choices. And I guess as a governing body, we're choosing how much do we want to impose on people versus how much flexibility do we want to give people within what the state requirements are. So we can say, we know best for everybody, and you must take just these things, or you must make sure you take these things beyond what the state requires, or we could be more flexible, like maximum flexibility from what that's allowed, and give people more choices. And then there's a third thing. So number 1 would be waivers, which I very much hope we can talk about. Number 2 would be more flexibility for 9th graders and maybe other areas of flexibility. And a third one, and I mentioned it during Amika's discussion, and this may just be a dead on arrival, but we never really have a chance to talk about this because it's not on the agenda that often. But to me, we have a large percentage of students who don't go to college. I'm not sure what that percentage is, 25, 30, 40, somewhere in that range. And I'm wondering if at some point, like maybe every freshman and every sophomore has to be A through G required, but maybe at some point we let students choose a more CTE focused pathway that reduces to what the state requires in all the subject areas to open up more CTE options or classes. And I don't know exactly, to my mind, at least freshman and sophomore year, everyone should stay A through G. Junior year, I'm sort of torn, and by senior year, I would think if people know, like, I want to be career or community college, that they could choose that path, and maybe we could reduce requirements to state levels and open up other CTE options. That require change to graduation requirements, but I think it may serve some students better than our current path. I think that's also would be a big discussion. And additionally, I guess, I don't know how this is connected, but to the extent, it looked like about half the students take a 7th period now. Is that what we learned? Half of freshmen, not half of all students. So if there are ways that I mean, I hear sort of competing things. Students are under a lot of stress. We don't want to put more on them. But if we add a 7th period, that's even more stress, but maybe some students want it. So I'd be open to having more 7th periods for students if that's a way that they can get more of their high school experience. But I am sensitive to the stress thing, which is why I've been more promoting finding ways for students to get an extra option within 6 periods than requiring 7 periods because of the stress issue. But I would kind of want to put all that on the table for us to discuss and think about. So I just wanted to say that while we had this on the agenda.
I just want to clarify one thing, and I'm not going to comment on most of what you just said. It's all very compelling. But I do, just because it could impact the decision tonight. The reason that, and for the 2 cents it's worth, I thought your argument was completely compelling. There are many cases that are not so cut and dry when a student transfers into our district. So for instance, if a student only took 2 classes in their freshman year because they went to, for instance, an accredited homeschool that said you can take many more years to do it and your family has the right to make that choice, that student still did everything that their school required them to do freshman year. So that's where the nuances come in, and where that's why I'm suggesting we take longer to decide beyond ethnic studies requirement for a class that would otherwise have to take it in seat time this summer, because that conversation is more nuanced than this kid took 6 classes as a freshman at the school they came from, and they were meeting the California state requirements and UCA through G requirements. There are many more flavors of school than that kids comes to us from.
You're saying where they didn't meet California state requirements for the freshman year?
No, I'm saying the California state requirements are not for freshman year. They are just for, you need to have 130 units by the time you graduate. But if we're saying, if so I'm not talking about or recommending that we only require students take 130 units. Okay, so then if a student needs 220 units to graduate, but in their freshman year, they only took 3 classes, they have 30 units. They're 30 units behind in their credit requirement for graduation. I'm simply trying to make the point that it's one thing when a kid comes in from a school where they took a fairly traditional set of classes than other situations we get where kids did exactly what they were told at the school that their parent chose, but they are grossly behind in what our district and most schools say they need to graduate. I'm just saying it's more complex than we can just accept whatever they took before.
But you do look at transcripts and things of that sort if they're coming from other schools to see if the courses match or whatever.
We do, but we say it's got to be exactly the same or a very similar title. We don't give a lot of leeway when it comes to, but most students come with us with a pretty set group of classes that are pretty standard. Because we have an additional chunk of social studies units that are required, and because we have a life skills requirement in the freshman year, those are units that are not required by the state that our district requires of students. That is true. So we do have more kids who come in who've gone to a pretty traditional school setting, done what they pretty traditionally do in a school setting, who are in this situation.
Okay.
Is there a process or a possibility to implement a process in between an implementation of something for the transfer class of 2026 of granting waivers on a case-by-case basis? Is that possible for in order?
That would be a board policy decision.
Oh, okay. I see.
Yeah, so all of this is up for grabs for sure. It just, my point is we don't have time on this decision to go back and forth. We do have time on the longer decisions that need to be made on this topic.
Okay, so go ahead.
So I have personal experience with this because my older son transferred in the middle of this year and is also class of 26 and went to a school that didn't have ethnic studies, life skills, or PE because it was a charter school. And so now he's taking all these extra things and jumping through hoops. I think it does lessen the burden if we can think out a little farther than class of 25, because he's kind of pulling his hair out trying to get stuff done before junior year. So trying to fill up his summer, trying to catch up on all these requirements. So I can imagine any kids that have transferred after the freshman year are kind of struggling through this. And I'm a parent that's very engaged. And I also wonder what happens if the parents don't know what's going on and aren't following up with all the different options, how they're actually faring. So they may actually be missing out on opportunities to make up classes. And so I think it makes sense to have a comprehensive look at students transferring in general. But then also if we're doing an emergency change for class of 25, do you want to consider that for class of 26 as well? Because the junior year is pretty stressful already, but that's just my thought.
Do we want Bonnie to answer first?
Well, my understanding of a recommendation was pass this now.
Yeah.
And then open to considering something in the coming months for the next, I think is what you said. You're open to considering.
It's not up to me. It's not, am I open to considering? It's, does the board want to ask us, after we get a bunch of input from a bunch of stakeholders, to make a recommendation, to give you information about the options, about the ed code, and then for us to make a recommendation? And I'm just not comfortable making a recommendation at this point because I haven't gotten the input. I don't have a bunch of data for you to present, but I am comfortable with what we are bringing before you tonight.
And I agree with that because as it is almost 11 o'clock at night, I am not processing everything right now. So I want to give myself a chance to process the information. My knee-jerk reaction around some of the pathway information, because we still need to do some work around making sure students are being challenged, making sure students are given their opportunity and not geared towards one path or another. With, that may lead to, like, I'm thinking about A through G, listening to what Amika said, but also having personal experience that certain A through G classes aren't taken, and then that limits opportunities. And knowing also that some of our trades who are doing work, I just talked to someone in one of the trades, and they said, yeah, they get college credit for our classes that they're taking. So I do think that there is a lot to talk about because the landscape is changing. So I don't want to make a decision in a narrow way without complete information, but I'd love to hear more about this emergency situation. But what gives me some hope is that we're still doing some individual look at, like, your transcript, right? Because you might have gone to a school that had other opportunities that add up to ethnic studies or any other classes, but some other people don't. So the more I think about Sequoia and the vastness of diversity that we have, it's hard to do a blanket statement because there's too many personalized situations. So my hope is that we could just bring this back, this particular policy for 2025, back on the consent, and I agree with you.
I think we're actually voting on it. We're voting on it in a few items, and I support it. And I
Sorry.
So
support it.
you want a motion?
I support it with no change. This is a discussion, so there's no motion.
This is the discussion. That's why I was like, are we?
Yeah, but
Yeah,
that's,
it's,
Okay, so
we're acting on it later, and I was only suggesting that we pass this tonight and that we have this other discussion sometime, is
so
what
what
I
we
was
could do-
suggesting.
Okay, so I can work with Crystal when to bring.
No, we need a motion.
It's coming back up before we leave tonight.
Oh,
It's
okay.
on here as an
No,
action
the
item.
larger discussion.
Yes, we
That'll
can do
be in
that.
the fall.
Yes,
Okay, that's what I was.
It's not going to be in 2 weeks.
add it to the
No,
parking lot.
No, I can't. Okay. All right. Thank you for that. All right, everybody. It is now 10:58. We gonna move this along. But that was a great discussion. I assume this is Dr. Chacon, because my contact is getting dry, y'all. I can't hardly read. What does this say, Crystal?
It's the 16.6 first reading of revised AR 51442 suspension and expulsion due process, students with disabilities.
So much.
Another updated policy, all of the language was language recommended by CSBA. This one is around due process for students in specific groups when it comes to suspensions and expulsions, especially highlighting in the new language is foster youth, students with IEPs. And then you'll see it does some things with making the document gender neutral in the redlining and in the language. These are all processes that we are currently following. They just hadn't been updated in our board policy since 2019. This reflects current legislative changes around the rights that students are owed when going through a potential suspension or expulsion process.
Okay. Before board discussion, public comments?
Sorry.
Public comment?
I have none in person. Are there any on Zoom?
Okay, board comment?
I support it on consent at our next meeting.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
This says we're going to the next item, first reading of board policy 5141.5, mental health. Are there any public comments?
I have none in person. Are there any on Zoom? Please raise your hand. See no hands.
Thank you so much. Dr. Chacon?
Good evening. This one is actually not an update. You'll see, it didn't have an original adoption date, and we are bringing it forward because we didn't have this policy in our board policy. So it is the entire policy around mental health that we are adding to our board policies. The exciting thing about this one is it very much has the new reflective language around the Senate Bill 224, which you'll see in bullet points 1 through 5 is the curriculum, the posters, the spaces that we're working on throughout our school sites to make sure that we're meeting all the mental health requirements of the state, both from Assembly bills, Senate bills, other legislation, ed code. We dug into this one again because it's not one that we had previously and kind of went through it with a fine tooth comb. Once again, these are requirements that we're meeting in order to meet the mental health needs of our schools and community. We wanted to have the board policy that actually reflects that these are the expected requirements so that we can continue to move forward with the work we're doing around mental health.
Thank you so much. Any questions? Bring it back for consent? Thank you.
Great, thank you.
All right, now to the action items, the really juicy ones. Approval to waive the second reading and adoption of the high school graduation requirement as presented for students in 2025.
I move for approval.
I'll second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Move to consent when it comes back, or this is approved already. I'm sorry, I'm tired. I know I'm tired, my contacts, y'all. Okay. Adoption resolution 017, approving engineer report, confirming diagram. What does that say, Crystal? Ordering levy assessment for this fiscal year. Any public comments?
There's none.
Okay.
I move approval of this item.
And I'll second.
All in favor? Oh, roll call.
Student trustee Yuryev,
Yes.
trustee Ginn,
Yes.
trustee Dubois,
Yes.
trustee Ku,
Yes.
I'm sorry.
President Stevenson.
Yes. Did we do roll call?
Motion adopted,
Oh,
4-1 with one absent. Trustee Nori, thank you.
all right. Adoption of the temporary interfund loan transfer to the end of year. Any public comments?
There are none. No hands on Zoom.
Move approval of this item.
I'll second.
Point of order, 17.3, adoption of budgetary increases and transfers at year end.
Did we do that one?
You jumped to 17.4.
Yeah, so I'll go back to, but we're on 17.5?
But she read 17.4.
Did I?
Yes.
I move approval
They're
of
very similar.
17.3.
And I'll second.
Roll call.
Student trustee Yuryev,
Yes.
trustee Ginn,
Yes.
trustee Dubois,
Yes.
trustee Ku,
Yes.
vice president Nori is absent, and President Stevenson.
Yes.
Motion adopted, 4-1. One absentee.
Now 17.4, right? Adoption of the resolution 020, temporary interfund loan transfer.
Move approval of item 17.4.
Second. Am I going too fast?
I'm sorry, the second was Carrie?
Yeah.
Okay. Student trustee Yuryev,
Yes.
trustee Ginn,
Yes.
trustee Dubois,
Yes.
trustee Ku,
Yes.
vice president Nori is absent, President Stevenson.
Yes.
Motion adopted, 4-1 with one absent.
17.6, approval of the board candidate policy form. Oh, shoot. 17.5, adoption of the resolution number 21, 2024, 2025, the education protection account. Any public comments?
There are none.
I move approval of item 17.5.
Oh, I second.
Sorry, I'm taking notes too. Student trustee Yuria,
Yes.
trustee Ginn,
Yes.
trustee Dubois,
Yes.
trustee Ku,
Yes.
Vice President Nori is absent. President Stevenson,
Yes.
motion adopted, 4-1 absent.
17.6, approval of the board candidate policy form service agreement for the November 5th, 2025 presidential general election. It's not 2024? 2024. We might want to make a correction to that.
I have one question / comment on the administrative contact and incumbent list form. There's a section that says circle appointed or elected, and on the form that we are approving, neither is circled.
It's stated in the language elected 2020 or 2022.
So the circling isn't required, even though it says circle.
Well,
I'm
it
just
says
wondering.
elected 2020. I could circle it before I send it to them, but it's passed
Oh.
before.
That's what I was wondering if,
It was done electronically.
oh, okay. I just saw it and that, okay.
But there was a typo that was corrected. Trustee Ku had let us know about it. So it's corrected and an updated copy is on the agenda. On the incumbent list, it was President Stevenson's election year was corrected.
I move approval of 17.6.
A second.
A roll call.
Student trustee Yuria,
Yes.
trustee Ginn,
Yes.
trustee Dubois,
Yes.
trustee Ku,
Yes.
Vice President Nori is absent, President Stevenson,
Yes.
motion passed, 4-1 absent.
All right. The only future agenda item that I heard was to have broader conversation about graduation requirements. Any other future agenda items?
Too late.
Yes. I just want to say thank you to all the folks in the room and online who stayed with us till what time, Crystal? 11:07. We really care about Sequoia Union High School District children. Thank y'all. Have a good night.
Do we have to move
Oh, so
to,
can y'all adjourn?
I move to adjourn?
I second.
Like anyone gonna second?
I second.
To call it a night.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Good night.